Hello everyone. I'm here to help you relax and fall into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy the stories, please like and subscribe. It really helps a lot. I'd love to hear where you're listening from. Now, get comfortable and let's begin. The horrors behind my father's accident. It was the summer of 1998. I lived in a quiet little farming town of Spencer, Iowa. No crime, no strangers, and everybody knew everybody else. It was the picture-perfect place to raise a family. My house rested in the middle of a suburban side street. It was a large brick house on a double lot, which was probably constructed in the early 20th century. I was 15 years old. My mother and I were the only ones living in that house. She inherited it from her parents years ago, intending to raise a family with my father, but a car accident would claim his life when I was 6 years old. I never spent much time in the house when I was younger. My mother was a nurse, working graveyard shifts at Spencer Hospital at the other end of town, so for most of my childhood, I had to spend the night at my Aunt Carol's house. But now that I was older, I was allowed to stay at home alone. Being raised largely unsupervised, I was given a certain degree of freedom and responsibility, which I did not abuse. I never threw parties or snuck out at night. The most rebellious thing I did was invite a friend or two over on weekends to watch movies and play video games all night. But on this particular Friday night, it was just me alone at the house. I was watching scary movies, eating popcorn, and listening to grunge rock radio. The only disturbance came from my pet cat, Milo, jumping on top of the television. Eventually, I got tired of this and threw him out of my bedroom, closing the door behind me. Now, it might seem harsh, but I really hated that cat. Whenever it was just the two of us at home, he would jump on the furniture, claw my back apart as I slept, and tear up the carpet. I could still feel the claw marks he left on me from the night before. Now, a few minutes later, I heard a faint crash downstairs. I angrily turned off the radio and listened for it again. Silence. I've been staying at home overnight alone for almost 3 years now. I was used to the creaks and cracks this old house made. It was not my imagination. Milo had probably upset some dishes by jumping on the kitchen counter. I was gonna kill that stupid cat, but I slowly crept downstairs and turned on the lights as I walked through every room. Not a single dish was out of place in the kitchen, nor was a single coaster moved in the living room. Nothing. Well, I couldn't even see Milo. I had to admit, I was getting a little creeped out. I went to the front door and locked it. It wasn't something you normally had to do in a town like this, but I wasn't taking any chances. I went to the back door. It was already locked. Not uncommon given the fact that we hardly used it. But then I heard a faint noise coming from the backyard. It was a cat's meow. Milo must have gotten outside somehow, and slowly, I opened the door to confirm my suspicions. The meow was louder this time. He was out there all right. So, I stormed back to the kitchen to grab a flashlight. Looking over at the window, above the sink, I realized it was about 6 inches open. It was an old window, so it wouldn't open any further. And I guess that explained how the cat got out. I closed the window, locked it, and headed back. I walked out the back door slowly and shone the light around the yard. Our yard was twice the size of a regular lot, and I had a small forest behind it. It was a prime target for realtors, but it was a creepy scene at night. I walked across the lawn, following the faint meows, and they became louder and louder until I found their origin. They were coming from inside the tool shed, and I gotta admit, at this point, I was more than a little nervous. I suddenly remembered old wives' tales about psychopaths feigning pet noises to lure children away from their homes, but I wasn't a little kid. I was a 15-year-old man armed with a flashlight and 32 ounces of highly caffeinated soda in my belly. Taking a nervous gulp, I shone the light directly at our shed door and kicked it open, ready for whatever horrors awaited me on the other side. What I saw next made my face turn beet red. "You stupid cat," I muttered. It was Milo. He was crouching near the back of the shed behind an old lawnmower. I went to pick him up and bring him inside, but he winced and ran further towards the back of the shed where I couldn't reach him. "Oh, suit yourself, you stupid furball," I said. I wasn't too worried. Milo wasn't much of an outdoor cat. He'd come back inside when he wanted some food and water, so I went back into the house and locked the door behind me. It was almost 4 in the morning now. It was time to call it a night, and I crept back upstairs to my bedroom. I whipped the door almost completely shut and began to undress for bed. I threw my shirt into the laundry hamper and looked in the mirror at the scratches Milo had left on my back. The 5 swollen claw marks were still noticeable against my pale complexion. I turned off the bedroom light and went to bed. It was pitch black as I lay down. The only light came from a small crack in the hallway, and I looked at the wall as the strip of light began to grow wider. My door was creeping open. Milo must have finally come back inside, looking for a warm place to sleep. But then I realized something. Cats only scratch with 4 claws, and Milo was locked outside. Something else had been clawing my back at night, and something else was making its way into my room. My heart was beating rapidly as I pushed my face deeper into my pillow. I couldn't bear to look at whatever horrific thing was approaching me. It was ready to strike. Suddenly, and without warning, it jumped onto my bed. With a rush of adrenaline, I sprang up, ready to fight for my life. I would have killed Milo if I wasn't so relieved to see that it was him all along. Twice that night, that rotten little feline almost gave me a heart attack, and I was about to exhale in relief. But things didn't quite add up. How did the cat get back inside? What was the crashing sound downstairs? And where did the claw marks on my back come from? I was tired. I panicked. I was covered in sweat, and so, naturally, I threw the cat into the hall, locked the bedroom door, and flopped onto my bed before finally passing out in peace. Whatever groovy mysteries existed in this house could wait until the morning. The next day I awoke to the smell of bacon and eggs downstairs. I was greeted by my smiling mother. We exchanged small talk about our nights, just as we always did. After breakfast, I decided to ask about the previous night. I was careful not to divulge everything, lest I be seen as a scared little kid. I merely asked her how Milo could have gotten back inside. She explained to me that it was an old house. There were small holes in the foundation and siding where raccoons, squirrels, and even cats could crawl into the walls, or sometimes the house itself. Her explanation, combined with the presence of daylight, put me at ease. It wasn't until I left the kitchen that her words sent chills down my spine. "And please, make sure to shut the kitchen window before you go to bed," she added. A puzzled look formed on my face as I turned back in her direction. "It was left open a crack this morning, and I don't want bugs getting in, okay, sweetie?" she said. I nodded silently before walking back upstairs. I had locked the window last night. I was sure of it. Just another question on a growing list of them. Upon returning to my room, I lifted my shirt and turned my head as I looked at the mirror. 5 pink claw marks reaching from the top of my neck to the bottom of my waist. Luckily, they were beginning to fade. Whatever had caused them hadn't done so the previous night. I decided to put it in the back of my mind. Though the next few nights were uneventful, I made sure all the doors were locked, all the windows were shut, and all the meddling cats were accounted for. Besides that, I just sat in my room and accomplished nothing. I mean, what else was a slacker teen expected to do on a summer break? It wasn't until Friday that things got weird again. I was watching a late baseball game on cable, and was in the middle of a shouting match with the television. "Springer, you freaking bum. What does Mazon even see in you? Send him packing back to Arizona after a game full of intentionally stimulating conversation," I yelled. I was about to call it a night, but then I heard the scream. It was a piercing sound, neither distressed nor boisterous. Not even human. It was animalistic, but unlike any animal I'd ever heard. Whatever it was angry. The security in my room could not be understated. Living on the 2nd floor, my door was deadbolted, and a small handgun was locked in the bottom of my dresser for emergencies. Yet, I couldn't help but recall what my mom had said about the holes in the house. I had to find them, but the screams, well, they were getting closer. I mean, was nobody going to call in for a noise complaint? I mean, of course not. The seniors on the street were passed out in OxyContin comas by 9:30. Finally, the screaming stopped. Now was my chance. I rushed downstairs with a cat in my arms. I threw him out the back door. Now, it might seem like I was sending him to his death, but I figured he could find his way back in like he had the night before, right? There was only one way he could go. I rushed across the house to the basement door, unlocked it, and headed down below. It was a dark and dingy place. The floor was actually just dirt, with the moisture turning it into mud. The only light came from the flashlight shaking in my hands. Eventually, I found the old swinging light bulb and pulled the cord to illuminate the rest of the basement. There were 2 rooms down here, one right below the stairs filled with old doors, dressers, furniture, water heaters, that sort of stuff. and beyond that was a room filled with piles of firewood for an old wooden furnace that had since been removed. Suddenly, I saw something rush across the floor. It was Milo. I looked over to the hole he had come through. This was hardly a small hole. It had to be 2 feet high and 3 feet wide. I mean, I probably couldn't fit through it, but it was a relief to know at least one question was answered and I could fill in the hole the next morning. But then I heard the scream again, and it was right outside the house. I panicked for a moment as I looked around. I grabbed a wooden door and threw it over the hole. Then I collapsed the pile of wood in front of the door. It wasn't much, but it would have to do. I froze for a minute to see if it would hold. A loud thud shook the jury-rigged blockade, but it held, and whatever was trying to break through would have to settle for scratching. Then it stopped. I waited just a few more minutes just to be sure. Nothing. I grabbed Milo and made my way upstairs. My heart was still pounding, and my hands were shaking by the time I made it back to my bedroom. It was calm. That is, I was calm, until I gazed out the bedroom window, and it was here that I saw a shadowy figure rushing into the thick forest behind my yard. It stopped for a minute and stared back at me, and in that moment, I knew we hadn't seen the last of each other. The next morning, I acted like nothing was wrong. I calmly stumbled into the kitchen, where I was once again greeted by my mother. We chatted, and I explained that I had found the hole and was going to fill it in with some old cement. Mom didn't protest or inquire any further. She was probably just thankful I was taking an interest in doing some handiwork. That afternoon, I headed to the basement. It was much less eerie during the day. I walked over to the second room. The door and wood were still piled in front of the hole, so I definitely hadn't imagined what had happened there last night. I tossed enough wood aside until I was able to move the door. I flipped it over. The door was clawed to shreds, not surprising given what had taken place the night before, but something was strangely familiar about these marks. I paused for a moment before finally piecing it all together. These were the same marks I had clawed into my back, and they weren't animal claws at all. They were fingernails. Let me tell you, the next few hours were nerve-wracking. I sat alone in the basement, filling in the hole, and trying to rationalize my discovery. I mean, maybe I should have been relieved. After all, I wasn't being stalked by an animal, demon, or werewolf. It was just a human the entire time. Somebody had crawled through a hole in the house's foundation. Somebody had found a way into my home. Somebody had watched me as I slept that night and dug his fingernails into my back. And now that somebody had grown tired of merely teasing his prey. What a relief. So, after finishing my work in the basement, I returned upstairs. I didn't say anything to Mom as I passed by. I wasn't going to tell her what was going on just yet. She would just think I was going crazy, but maybe I was. But I had to do a little bit more investigating before I could be sure of anything. The next morning, I packed some supplies and waited for my mom to go to sleep. She usually slept until late afternoon, so she wouldn't even notice I was gone. Then I was out the door. What was I even looking for? I guess I would know when I'd found it. Beyond my backyard, there existed a 5-acre forest. In the winter, it was so barren and empty you could see through to the Little Sioux River on the other side, but in the summer it was full of large, vibrant plant life. The forest was so dense that it blocked anything but small traces of sunlight from peeking inside. The daylight wasn't going to help me there. I marched at a steady pace into the unfamiliar setting. My friends and I would come here and play as little kids, climbing trees, having sword fights and building forts, but every year it grew differently. It would be impossible to ever memorize the look of this place. The only sounds I heard were a random snapping of twigs and the light footsteps of small forest animals. It didn't take me long to realize that Milo had followed me into the forest. He was crouched behind a tree, pretending to be an elusive predator. I gave him a smirk as he calmly strutted towards me, knowing that he'd been discovered. We looked up and down every bit of that forest for what seemed like hours. The thick bushes held me back, but I kept pushing through, and I was ready to give up and go home until I heard it. Milo was hissing at something. I looked over to see a small cave less than 10 feet away. It was actually more like a hole dug into the side of a small hill, and slowly I moved towards it. Milo stood perfectly still, arched up with his fur on end. Despite knowing the horrors that could await me, I pressed forward. It wasn't that I was particularly brave. I was just sick and tired of looking over my shoulder every day. The cave was well hidden. It was covered in old, rotting branches and brush. After tearing enough of the blockage away, I took a deep breath before lunging into the cave, but nothing. It looked cozier there than you might have imagined. The walls were layered and brushed so moisture wouldn't leak through, and the floor was covered in hay to make it soft and cushiony. It was an admirable shelter made by various drifters or a very intelligent bear, but the place was clearly run down and hadn't been used for some time. And then suddenly, Milo came rushing into the cave, still puffed up and running around like a rabid animal. His pathetic hiss had turned into a mighty growl, and the frantic little feline was jumping around, tearing everything up in his path. I was less scared of the cave than I was of him. "All right, Milo God, cut it out. Let's get out of here," I said. I motioned towards him, but he scratched at my hand. He turned his anger towards me, and so, standing in disbelief, I finally walked out of the cave. I waited outside in case he came to his senses, but nope, just more growling and hissing. "Fine. Good luck finding your way back to the house tonight," I told him. And that night, I sat alone at the kitchen table. I left the window up a few inches so Milo could get inside. In the corner was a small television playing some old monster movie. That preoccupied me with bouncing a crazy ball against the wall as I watched the window, hoping for my cat to appear, but deep down I knew he wasn't coming back. Something in the forest had caused him to lose his little marbles. If only I hadn't gone snooping around in that stupid cave. And then I heard it. Well, it was Milo. He was upstairs. Maybe I hadn't found all the holes in the basement, so I rushed up to my room to greet the little bugger. And I was halfway up before I realized that he wasn't crying for attention. He was crying in pain, and Milo wasn't on the second floor. He was in the attic. The entrance to my attic was blocked by a thick piece of wood bigger than the hole itself. The cord swinging below actually did nothing when pulled to remove the wood and release the stairs. You had to prop it open with a broom or already be inside the attic. My steps became slower and quieter until I came to a complete stop outside my bedroom, and I tiptoed around the banister and listened again. The meowing had stopped, and after several more minutes of dead silence, it was replaced by something else. Footsteps. I stayed perfectly still as I continued to stare at the ceiling. This house had a habit of making strange noises, so maybe the floorboards were just settling, and I listened again. Lots of footsteps, and then that horrific scream. I ran across the hall and into my bedroom without thinking. I grabbed the phone off the desk and dialed 911. As the dial tone began, I took the phone and ran into the hallway. The attic door was being pulled up. In a panic, I leapt across the hall, grabbed the cord, and pulled it back down. I held it down with all my weight, praying that he couldn't lift me. Still, the operator answered. 911, what is your emergency? I told him all I could with the phone receiver wedged between my ear and shoulder. My name, my address, and the horrible thing that awaited me in the attic. "We'll send someone over right away, Mr. Thompson. I need you to stay on the line for as long as..." And then silence. I turned around to see that the cord had been ripped out of the phone. Perfect. The attic door continued to rattle up and down as I fought to keep it closed. One cord had failed me tonight, and I stood there praying that the other wouldn't. We wrestled for what seemed like hours. My arms were going numb, but then suddenly, it stopped. I continued to hold on to the cord, and there was no way in hell I was ever letting go. And suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I was grabbed by a shadowy figure in black. I yelled and panicked before realizing that there were two of them. They were cops. As the younger one held me back, the older one pointed his gun towards the attic. He motioned at me to confirm. I nodded. I tiptoed across the hall and grabbed a broom from the closet, and slowly, I pushed against the wood cover, propped it to the side, and allowed the attic stairs to slowly come down to the hall. The two officers slowly made their way up to the attic, and I stood below with the broom still in my hand. And after waiting in agonizing silence, I heard their mumbles from above. "Oh my God," one said. "It's clear," the other replied. I slowly crawled up the stairs. As I entered, it was clear that the man was gone, but each officer was looking at the floor. They turned their attention to me, and in anxious confusion, I looked to see what had caught their attention. Milo was lying on the floor. His fur was soaking red from his own blood. He was dead. My breathing became heavy as I started to choke up. When his cry stopped minutes earlier, I already knew what had happened, but actually seeing it for myself was unbearable. The young officer continued to look around the room. He suddenly stopped to turn to the older one. "Hey, Harlan, come take a look at this," he said. The older officer walked across the room without hesitation. I followed him. I didn't think anyone else could shake me up after what I had just seen, but I was so wrong. Something had been written on the wall in Milo's blood. Come back soon, sick. I was now sitting in a small interrogation room at the local police station. Sitting across the table from me were the two officers who came into the house. The older one began to speak. My name is Officer Harlan. This is Officer Pierce. We understand that you've gone through some horrific events tonight, but with your help, we want to get to the bottom of this. So, why don't you tell us all that you know? So, I told them everything. Scratches on my back, the hole in the basement, my trip to the forest, and the footsteps in the attic. The only part I neglected to mention was the existence of the cave. I didn't even know why I left that part out. Maybe I didn't want to look like a total idiot, or maybe deep down inside I wanted to deal with this myself. We all sat in silence for a moment before Officer Harlan continued. Well, you see, that's where we have a little problem. Our guys combed through the house. They found no signs of forced entry, no traces of a man in the attic, no evidence that leads us to think there was anybody else in the house that night besides you and your belated pet. So what, you think I killed my own cat and set this whole thing up? I asked. Hey look, you're just a kid, single working mother, constantly tossed between living with your Aunt Carol and living unsupervised. Maybe this is just, well, maybe it's just a cry for help, growing up without your daddy. Not that he would have done good by you anyway, Harlan replied. My eyes were almost tearing up in anger at Officer Harlan's sneering remarks. Don't you talk about my dad like that. He was a good, I snapped. Listen, kid, he was drunk. Think you're some special snowflake? Martha Whitaker lost her daughter. Her husband Robert skipped town, and nobody even has a clue where her boys went. Harlan shot back. That's enough, Officer Harlan. He's been through enough tonight. Why don't you get Mrs. Thompson to sign off on that paperwork? Officer Pierce interjected. Officer Harlan glared at me for a minute before exiting the room. My mother was waiting in the hall with tears in her eyes, and I turned my attention to Officer Pierce. What exactly is my mom signing off on? I asked. Well, we just want to keep you overnight to make sure you're okay to return home. Some of our guys are also removing any knives, tools, and firearms from the house, just to be safe, he explained. He looked at me in silence, as if waiting for something. I knew what it was. I reached into my back pocket and pulled out the key. It's the key to the bottom drawer in my bedroom desk. Bottom drawer. There's a compact .380 pistol there, I said. Officer Pierce chuckled as he reached for the key. He was trying to make me feel better, I guess, but he knew it was useless. He saw the look of defeat in my eyes. They just didn't believe me. They were treating me like the crazy one. The shadow who haunted me had come and gone as if he were a ghost. I mean, what kind of terrible thing was I dealing with, anyway? I was carted off into the cell like a common criminal. It was a small room with a tiny cot, seatless toilet, and a small barred window with a view of the parking lot. This usually served as a drunk tank, but tonight it was going to be my own miniature prison. I got you a glass of milk and a tuna sandwich in case you were hungry. Officer Harlan is over there at his desk, and I'm out in the main lobby. Give me a holler if he gives you a hard time, Officer Pierce said as he handed me the food. What about my mom? I asked. Well, she's staying with your Aunt Carol tonight. She'll be here to pick you up in the morning. She also wanted me to give you a message, he replied. I looked up, waiting for him to relay her typical mushy mom talk. She said, sweet dreams, stay safe, and your dad is always there to protect you, he added. That's a weird little message. She never really mentioned my dad much, but I guess weird situations like this could bring out strange emotions in a mother. Hey, sleep tight, kid, Officer Pierce said. He gave me a nod before closing the door and locking it behind him. I lay down on the thin mattress and lay wide awake for what seemed like hours. My cell was in total darkness. The only light came from Officer Harlan's little office. The only sound came from the grumpy old officer writing reports at his desk, but suddenly I heard a squeaking sound. It was faint at first, but it grew louder. After a moment, I saw the shadow of a hand in the moonlight. Somebody was at my window. It was him. Now, I wanted to turn around, but I sat there waiting for the sound to go away, and then it did. My panting breaths became louder as I started to panic. I was about to spring up from my bed when I heard something else. A shriek, a struggle, a crash, and then a thud. The lights went out. Not just the one in Officer Harlan's office. I'm talking the whole station was pitch black. I was sitting in total darkness. Finally, I began to stand when I saw the shadow moving towards me. I couldn't see his face, and I couldn't tell you how tall he was or point him out in a lineup, but I knew it was him. Slowly, I crept to the back of my cage. I looked for something, anything to defend myself with, and he stood motionless in front of my cell for a moment. I was grateful to be here. The cell was no longer keeping me in. It was keeping him out, but then I saw him reaching into his pockets. The keys to my cell jingled in his hand. I couldn't scream. I couldn't cry for help. I just waited in horror for the shadowy figure to enter at its whim. He turned the key into the cell door, but then he just walked away. My mind couldn't process what was happening. Hours ago, he almost got me, but now he had me trapped, and he just walks away. I waited for a few minutes before turning the key and slowly opening my cell. Before I left, I saw something written on my window in his breath. Come home. I ran into Officer Harlan's office. He was lying on the ground. I rooted through his desk until I found a flashlight. Shining it on him, I realized he wasn't moving. He was covered in blood. I didn't know if he was dead or alive, but I knew I was getting out of there. So, barging through the door, I ran out to the main office. Officer Pierce had suffered the same fate. Dead or alive, he was covered in blood and motionless. The place was empty. There was nobody here to help me. I wanted to cry, to call my mom, go back and hide in my cell, but I was sick. I was sick of running and hiding. I was sick of using doors, roofs, and metal bars to separate us. The shadow didn't have to come to look for me anymore. I was coming for him now. My heart was pounding in fear and anger as I sprinted out the doors of the police station. I ran down the sidewalk, cut through the backyards, vaulted over fences, and ran through the river until I was finally there. I panted with excitement and fatigue as I stared at the cave in front of me, and this time, I was ready for him. I knew he was in there, and with a sense of reckless bravery, I turned on my flashlight and charged into the cave, but it was empty. The hay was now scattered all over the floor, and dried up blood was spread in the corner. There had been a struggle. Hell, Milo had put up a good fight, that brave, stupid cat. I shone the light up on the walls and looked on in horror. The walls were covered in photos. There were photos of me walking in the forest, camping in the backyard, walking with my friends, and sleeping in my room. I realized that he hadn't been following me for a few weeks. He'd been following me for months, and I peered beyond the collage to see a small crack at the back of the cave. I peeked inside before moving to the small board, which was disguised as a wall. It was a small crawl space. Here, it was empty now, but it was big enough to fit a person. This was why Milo was so hostile. He sensed something I couldn't. He knew that the shadow had been here the whole time. I rushed out of the cave, through the small forest, and into my backyard. All the lights were on, and all the curtains were shut tight. And suddenly, a figure appeared at the attic window. There he was, waiting for me now. I knew why he had let me out of that cell. He wanted to end it here, and I was about to give him his wish. I was home. My home. The shadows were closing down on me as I made my way towards the house. I wasn't just scared. I was terrified, but I knew what I had to do. This is where the nightmares had begun, and this is where it would end. As I entered the back door, I was suddenly surrounded in darkness. The electricity had been cut. I walked through the kitchen looking for anything that may have been useful, but it was pointless. The officers had taken every utensil, every tool, and every sharp object that I could have used to defend myself. And slowly, making my way through the living room, I turned my head, looking for a weapon. The lamp was made of plastic. The television was too heavy. The picture of my father hanging on the wall was too flimsy. I was tempted to go into the basement to grab any old piece of junk, but I knew he was waiting for me upstairs, so I just kept moving. Maybe I had a death wish. Maybe I thought I was invincible, or maybe I just wanted all this to end. But I finally made my way up to the second floor. The attic door was already open, and suddenly, something dropped from above. It was an old baseball bat. "The hell?" I exclaimed. What was he doing? I looked at the bat. It looked normal enough, but it definitely didn't belong to me, and carved into the side of it was a name. Bobby Jr. I didn't know that name. I didn't have time to think about it though. So I picked up the bat and climbed to the attic, and there he was, standing 5 feet away from me. The shadow was wearing a black mask, black shirt, and black pants. In some ways, he truly was a shadow, but I realized something. He was just a man, not a ghost or a demon, just a man. He pulled out a knife and began to charge. Any bravery or sense of invincibility was gone. I was scared, aimlessly swinging at my attacker in the darkness, hoping to save myself until help arrived, but I knew nobody was coming. In my nervousness, I stumbled and nearly fell. The man swung his knife in a taunting manner, slicing my arm and causing me to jump back. While the attack caused the sharp pain in my upper arm, it also snapped me back into my senses. This was an old house. It had a lot of flaws, cracks, creaks, and loose boards. I walked backwards into the back left corner and prayed he would fall into the trap. As the man followed, he stumbled on a loose board that had caused me many injuries as a child. As he fell forward, I swung the bat at his head. I managed to hit the side of his skull as he fell to the ground, and I ran to the other side of the room and stood my ground. In slight relief, he was down for now, and I wasn't letting him get back up, but suddenly I saw something on the stairs. Another black mask, another black shirt, another shadow. There were two of them all along. The one on the stairs climbed the rest of the way up. He too had a knife. The one on the ground groaned before standing slowly, and I stood in the corner, holding my bat ready to swing at either of them. They looked at each other before pulling off their masks. It was a man and a woman, and I knew them both, Mr. and Mrs. Whitaker. Robert and Martha Whitaker had lived 3 blocks away from me for years. It was a quiet little farming town. Everybody knew everybody else, but after the death of their daughter, Mr. Whitaker skipped town. Their son ran away, and Mrs. Whitaker was left all alone. But why? Why would you do this to me? I demanded. Mrs. Whitaker's face turned from cold and menacing to the doe-eyed warmth of a caring mother. On June 7th, 1983, God gave this little town a great gift. Precious baby boy. That boy was you. And exactly 1 month later, on July 7th, 1983, he gave us something else. A sweet little baby girl. That baby girl was my daughter, Sophia Whitaker. Your mother and I used to be very good friends. Did you know that? You were only a year older than she was. But she was like a little sister, and when you and Sophia were born so close together, we just knew it was fate. You were going to grow up into a handsome young man, and she was going to be a beautiful young woman. We used to joke about the two of you growing up and falling in love and getting married, she continued. But you see, that never did happen. Because one night, Sophia and I were driving home from a play date at this very house, and your father was driving home from another night at the bar, and he was drunk, just like he always was. We didn't even see him coming, she said, her voice breaking. Mrs. Whitaker broke down into tears. Mr. Whitaker looked at me as if he was about to speak, but I quickly interjected. So what? You're looking for revenge or something? I never did. Listen, I'm sorry about your daughter, Mrs. Whitaker, but why would you take it out on me? Why would you wait until now? I pleaded. Mr. Whitaker's eyes turned to rage as he snapped at me. Well, you think that's where it ends, boy? Your drunk daddy didn't just take our daughter. He got what he deserved that night, but he tore this family apart. Our boy couldn't take it. He ran out, and I ran out looking for him. He was only 15 years old, just like you, he growled. Mrs. Whitaker interrupted her husband as the tears began to dry. So we're just taking what's rightfully ours. Your father stole our family from us. Your mother only had one child. A life for a life. It's only fair. Then your mother and I can call it even, she said coldly. I looked on and panicked as Mrs. Whitaker began to raise her knife. I had to stall. I had to do something. But then I thought of something to say. But if you really wanted things to be even, doesn't Sophia's father have to die too? I asked desperately. Mr. Whitaker laughed at the absurdity, but Mrs. Whitaker stopped and pondered it. Mr. Whitaker looked in disgust and anger, and this was all the distraction I needed. I swung my bat and knocked them both to the ground. Vaulting over the two, I ran down the attic stairs and kicked the ladder out from under me. That would stop him for now. I sprinted down to the first floor. I didn't know where to go, or even what to do, and I ran across the house, looking for something, anything to help me. And suddenly, I remembered my mother's words. Your dad is always there to protect you. I looked over at the picture of my father hanging in the living room. After removing it, I looked behind it to discover a small safe that I had never noticed before. This house was full of surprises. There were hundreds of digits on the pad. I tried everything. My birthday, my dad's birthday, my mom's birthday, and then I heard the thumping upstairs. The Whitakers were out of the attic. They were about to end my life, but that sound may have saved it because it made me realize it. September 21st, 1983, the day of the accident, and it worked. I opened the safe and saw, indeed, some documents, a small pile of cash, and a revolver. One of these things was bound to help me. Fumbling the bullets under pressure, I managed to get one to the chamber as Mrs. Whitaker rushed down the stairs toward me. I aimed and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Click, 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 boom. She fell to the ground, but Mr. Whitaker was right behind her. He charged at me and raised his knife, and suddenly, the front door crashed open, and another gun fired. Mr. Whitaker fell to the ground. I turned to see Officer Harlan with a gun in hand, and Officer Pierce behind him. Now, I'll spare you the boring scene that came next, with the ambulances and the stretchers and the police cruisers and, well, my weeping mother suffocating me with hugs. But Mr. Whitaker died several minutes after being shot. Mrs. Whitaker survived, but she was institutionalized for life. Officer Harlan retired from the force a few years later. Officer Pierce quit the force and moved away shortly after the incident, and my mother and I decided to get the heck out of that town. The day we moved, we were visited by Officers Harlan and Pierce. No gloom, doom, or even news of a breakout at the mental hospital. No, just a friendly goodbye. Officer Harlan was a lot friendlier than he had been when I first encountered him. Getting mutually attacked by a psychopathic husband and wife, well, that'll do that to you. Officer Pierce was standing on the porch with me as we made some not-so-casual conversation. Listen, son, you won't have to testify or anything. We've got a strong enough case against Mrs. Whitaker to keep her locked away for a long, long time. You're coping okay, though, right? He asked. Well, I'm sleeping a lot better knowing that nobody's stalking me or plotting my death, I replied. Officer Pierce chuckled at the dark-humored joke as I continued. I still don't quite get everything, though. How they entered and exited the house without a trace, and how they managed to break into the police station unnoticed, or how they thought hurting me was somehow going to bring their family back together. I said, well, tragedy can really hurt some people, kid. It's best not to get hung up on the details. Some people cope, some people run away, and some people just lose all control. Normal, sane people just can't begin to understand the mind of a crazy person, nor should they try, he advised. The speech was interrupted by the honking of my mom's car. It was time to go. Officer Pierce and I stood up as he extended his hand. We shook and parted ways. As I walked away, he hollered, "Don't you go causing any trouble out west. Harlan and I won't be there to save your butt next time. Hey, stay away from those attics, basements, and caves in the woods," Officer Pierce called back with a grin. I smiled and waved as my mom drove off. That was it. It was all over. It's been almost 17 years since that day. It's no longer 1998, and I no longer live in a quiet little farming town with my mother, a grown man with a wife, newborn son, in a quaint mid-sized house in the urban sprawl. So, why am I telling you this story now? Because the other day, I received a package at the door. I opened it to discover a small kitten. He had black and white markings in a familiar pattern. He looked just like Milo. He meowed with excitement at the sight of me, and the minute my son laid eyes on him, I knew we had to keep him. But perhaps it was a strange prank or a random abandoned pet. But there was no return address. There wasn't even a postage stamp. At the bottom of the box was a photograph. There was a picture of a father and a son. I didn't recognize either of them at first, but I had seen them both before. I flipped the photo over, and handwritten in pen was, Robert Bob Whitaker and Bobby Jr. It was Bob Whitaker and his son, Bob's son. Suddenly, I remembered what Officer Pierce had said to me all of those years ago. Stay away from those attics, basements, and caves in the woods. Except I never told him about the cave in the woods. Filth's bloodlines. It's important that you understand this, and I am not insane. I say this because the tale I am about to recount may seem preposterous, outlandish, even so bizarre. If you didn't know better, You'd think you were reading the words of a madman. Nevertheless, I assure you this narrative only contains the unequivocal truth about what happened to me, about how my life brought me to this. The guests at my door are growing restless, and if I don't write this confession in a swift, prompt manner, then I fear I won't get the chance to finish it. It is for that reason that I am apologizing in advance for giving you the abbreviated version of my account. You see, Soon would never feel remorse for such a thing. My story began 6 weeks ago. I had just moved into my brother's apartment, the very one I am composing my tale from this evening. I use the term brother loosely because that's the type of designation one might typically employ to describe another human being. Brandon was more of a pig than a person, a slovenly fat oaf who did nothing but sit around in his at-stained underwear, smoke weed, fart, and eat junk food all day. Everything about him made me sick, from the greasy curly hair that sat atop his blubbery head all the way down to the crusty, unkempt toenails I would often catch him nonchalantly picking at on the sofa. You should have seen the way he mined the dirt and grime that settled under those claws of his, only stopping to flick his nasty toe filth to the carpet below, or to wipe it on the couch's cushion with his crud-covered fingers. Things like that often made me wonder how it was even physically possible that the same two people sired us. I would have assumed either he or I was adopted. But unfortunately, if you looked past his pimples, greasy skin, and stretch marks, it was obvious that we bore far too much of a resemblance to each other not to be related. It was my first year at college. Brandon was a junior, though I'd barely call him a student, since he rarely went to class and was hanging on to a B.C. average by the skin of his teeth. My parents had decided that it would be best for us to room together while we were both in school. The living arrangements saved them money, since they wouldn't need to pay for two apart, and I think they hoped that my studious, tidy habits would rub off on my older brother. The apartment was located in student housing off campus. The building held about 40 units, all of which were inhabited by students at The Ohio State University. I, of course, being the bidden social butterfly that I am, decided to introduce myself and make friends with many of the building's tenants. This is a completely rational, non-crazy thing for a person who just moved into a new building to do, don't you think? As I went door to door, shaking hands with each of my new neighbors, it became increasingly more evident that the building had a strong community atmosphere. Many of the students knew each other, and I found out there were regular birthday parties and get-togethers in order to help the newbies like myself mingle and make friends. I was having a great time meeting new people, and everyone seemed to be genuinely inviting. Of all the students in the building that I met that day, it was Olivia in apartment 303 whom I liked the best. She was a beautiful girl with a sweet and charming demeanor. I like to think of myself as somewhat smooth, but I must admit I was at a loss for words when she answered the door. It was her gorgeous green eyes that caught me off guard. They were absolutely stunning, like she was looking out at me through a pair of brilliant, gleaming emeralds. Her hair was equally breathtaking. A dazzling auburn red she wore knotted into a French braid that dangled carelessly over her shoulder, lightly caressing her bosom. Ah, how I longed to be that braid, if that wasn't enough. She was intelligent, too. Olivia was in her second year of school, studying biochemistry, by no means an easy subject. She even had aspirations of going to graduate school and becoming a PhD, not just one of those pretty girls who get by on her look. No, sir, some of the other neighbors I talked with were surprised to find out that I was not only rooming with, but also related to my disgusting older brother. A few of them even shared horror stories about the foul stench they would sometimes encounter when they accidentally passed too close to his apartment door on the way to the laundry room. Others joked about the penny stomach turning sights that they had caught glimpses of. On those rare occasions, Brandon opened the blinds of his windows to let sunlight into his unit. I felt a great deal of shame and embarrassment listening to the anecdotes, not just for my brother, but for myself as well. It was a curse to be related to such a revolting troll. As bad as the other tenants assumed Brandon's apartment to be, I am certain no one really had any idea just how terrible it actually was. I don't think I could have ever shown my face around that building again if they knew the truth. When I moved in, the apartment was one of the most repulsive places I had ever had the displeasure of laying my eyes upon. Brandon lived alone before I became his roommate, so for 2 years, there was no one cleaning up after his overweight, unrefined ass. Trash bags full of fast food wrappers and stale, half-eaten pizza crusts lay strewn about the living room, producing a smell akin to that of a hobo defecating in a bidden McDonald's dumpster on a hot day. The fridge in the kitchen was filled with rotten meat, moldy fruit that I am sure he never touched, and multiple containers of Tupperware, each occupied by a different putrid, soupy substance that resembled the habitat of an alien world more than something you would eat for lunch. The bathroom was even more repulsive and sickening than any porta-potty you might come across at a summer music festival. The inside of the once white toilet bowl had been stained a deep orange from years of abuse at the hands of my brother. Not once had he considered cleaning away the sludge that had collected along the walls of the pot. Tiny brown bits of bomb fecal matter even sprinkled the seat itself. How do you get filth on the seat? Given Brandon's repugnant nature, I might have understood if it was just the toilet, but the shower and sink were equally mucky. The drains of both were clogged with coarse, black curly hair and some sort of thick yellow goop that looked as though it might have been radioactive. Then there was his bedroom. Oh God, his bedroom. Just thinking about the way that it looked the first day makes me shudder. Where shall I start? Well, for one, there was the plastic solo cup sitting on his nightstand and windowsill, filled to the brim with urine. I am just too tired to get up and walk to the bathroom in the middle of the night. He would later explain to me, that's why I always keep a piss cup nearby, in case nature clogs. Why he never thought to empty them out, I have no idea. I found wads of tissue paper soaked in what I can only assume to be the special ingredient one might use to create horrible miniature pig babies, scattered around his room, like some sort of terrible Easter egg hunt from hell. His clothes were everywhere. I am not sure if the human bag of waste had ever heard of a closet, but I am fairly positive the concept of a washing machine was completely foreign to him, because every t-shirt or pair of socks I picked up off the floor stunk worse than George the Animal Steel's jock strap after wrestling a 45-minute slobber knocker in Madison Square Garden. My living conditions were unfit for a barnyard animal and desperately needed to be addressed. Some of the people that I met in the building, Olivia included, had invited me to a business start of the year barbecue. As much fun as it sounded, I was forced to decline due to the enormous amount of cleaning I had ahead of me. The last thing I wanted to do was return to the nauseating place with a belly full of red meat and beer. If I did, I can promise you one thing: my belly wouldn't stay full for long. I first noticed the insects that night when I was tidying up the kitchen. It was around 8, and I had just set about cleaning and disinfecting the fridge. I was dumping the last container of primordial soup down the garbage disposal when I felt a little prick on the nape of my neck. This triggered a knee-jerk reaction, causing me to reach up and grasp wildly at the source of my irritation. To my surprise, when I brought my hand back from behind my neck, I realized I had caught something between my fingers, a little black bug, no bigger than a millimeter in diameter,
Its body was round, similar to that of a ladybug. Two long antennae protruded from its head. Itbot wasn't dead yet. I had crushed its body, but its legs were still moving in a fruitless attempt to escape. I didn't get more than a quick glance at the pesky thing before another one scurried by me on the kitchen counter. One swat of my hand later, and both of the little buggers were dead. I believed them to be pantry pests, like a rice weevil or something of that sort, though in time I would come to discover that this theory was wrong. Lord knows how wrong I was naturally. Brandon was of little use when it came to cleaning. I worked tirelessly just to keep the apartment livable, while he would completely undo everything by the time that I got back from school. As the weeks wore on, I started to realize I was fighting a losing battle. The good days were the ones where I could maintain equilibrium and go to sleep with the apartment looking no more dingy than when I woke up that morning. But I never cleaned fast enough to gain any ground on the chaos and clutter my brother created. While I scrubbed and scoured away at the stains on the carpet or threw load after load of his dirty unmentionables in the washer, he would always be busy constructing another mountain of garbage for me to clean up. It was around this time that I began to develop genuine feelings of hatred for Brandon. Those bothersome bugs had become a constant reminder of the filth that I was living in. I'd usually see them one or two at a time, sometimes congregating in the bathroom trying to get into my tube of toothpaste, or crawling along the tops of cereal boxes in the cupboard. On occasion, I would feel that familiar prick on my arms or legs, and look down to find the nasty little vermin feeding on me. I had never lived in a home with pests before, but I was no fool. There were more of them hiding behind the walls. I was sure of it. Where tear is one, to hear is a milling. That's what they say about infestations. The thought of a thin layer of stucco being the only thing separating me from that army of insects made me tremble on more than one occasion. It frustrated me to know that it was my brother's bad habits that had most likely attracted them there in the first place. I would often daydream about inviting Olivia over to hang out, watch television, and do other things. But I knew that as long as my pest-ridden apartment continued to be treated like a garbage dump, our relationship could only remain a fantasy. How humiliating it would be if she saw how I was living. I was far too embarrassed to get close to her, and I had my brother to thank for that. Blast. Those idiots knocking at my door are nothing if not persist. I keep telling them that I need more time, but it's clear they've become impatient with my stalling. I might as well skip to the important part of the story then. Things went from bad to worse the day I ran into Tyler Brooks while he was smoking a cigarette down by the dumpsters behind my building. Tyler was a simple fellow, a second-year senior, only slightly brighter than my brother. He was one of the few residents of my apartment complex, other than Brandon, whom I had developed a strong distaste for in my short time living there. Maybe it was because he was the type of guy who majored in women's studies and took poetry as an elective because it was a good place to meet dumb broads. The guy had all the honor and integrity of a used car salesman, and it wasn't hard to picture him 20 years from now working as a clerk behind the desk of a pawn shop, balding and sporting the kind of pencil-thin mustache you only see on a child molester. I had just finished tossing away a garbage bag full of Brandon's love tissues, which I had found all over his bedroom following one of his infamous all-day marathon sessions, when Tyler finally decided to acknowledge my prez. "Sup, man," he said in the most comically detached, too cool to care voice I've ever heard. "What have you been up to? You missed a great party in 412 last week." "I've been busy with school, Tyler," I replied. That wasn't a lie. Acting as Brandon's live-in maid afforded me little time to study. I was spending my downtime catching up with my classes. I continued, I know I haven't been around all that much. It's just that, hey, check this out, man." He cut me off. Of course, he was only interested in sparking up a conversation because he wanted to brag about something. Abba, you know Olivia in 303? Right? I raised an eyebrow. Yeah. What about her? I totally finger-banged her in Ashley Carter's bathroom at the par. I don't believe you. I didn't seriously, man. Here, smell, he said. He lifted his finger to my face. I swatted it away. He giggled like an idiot, while I silently talked myself down from cracking his skull open on the pavement. Yeah, man, I've been hitting it for a week now, he continued. Gee, she's totally into me too. The best part is, I don't even need to buy her dinner or anything. She just comes over, and I smash that ass till the sun comes up. It took every ounce of my energy not to run my fist into the shit-eating grin on his face. I knew he wasn't trying to annoy me. He was just a douchebag. Tyler didn't know about my feelings for Olivia, and I am sure if he did, the little coward wouldn't have dreamed about saying those things to me. Cool, man. Good for you, I said. I brushed past the scummy boob on my way back to the building and proceeded up the stairs towards Olivia's apartment. If Tyler was telling people lies about her, then she deserved to know. My heart started to beat emphatically in my chest as I neared closer to her door. When I arrived, I knocked, then cued my palm over my mouth once I heard her footsteps approaching, exhaling into my palm in order to make sure my breath was pleasant. It smelled exquisitely minty and fresh, as per usual. Olivia answered the door wearing the cutest pair of pink shorts and a workout top. Oh, hi, I said, slightly taken aback by the sight of her silky, smooth legs. And suddenly I didn't care about Tyler Brooks anymore. All I wanted was to place my arms around her lovely waist and run my fingers along her elegant curves. It was now or never. I had decided to finally man up and ask her out. I didn't care about her seeing my apartment anymore. Surely an angel like that would understand my plight. Maybe if things went well between us, I could even move out of my brother's place and in with Olivia. She stood leaning against the doorframe, watching me with a perplexed look on her face, probably wondering why I had shown up to her apartment. "What she asked me. "Oliver," I said. I was wondering if you'd like to grab a bite to eat sometime." She smiled the most enchanting smile I've ever seen and looked out at me with those sexy green eyes of hers before uttering a dispiriting string of words that ground my heart into powder and scattered its remains into the wind. "I'd love to, but I am actually already kind of seeing Tyler Brooks. You know him, right?" "Tyler Brooks?" I echoed. "Tyler." "No means yes, Captain Fingerbang Brooks. It isn't even fathomable how a woman like Olivia could find herself interested in a guy like him. Yet somehow, as ridiculous and unlikely as it sounded, that was precisely what she told me. I don't remember what I said to her after that, or how pathetic I looked as I slinked away from her door. All I do remember is that I ended up shuffling back to my apartment in a depressed haze with my tail tucked between my legs. Of course, Brandon was asleep on the couch by the time I came back. When I had left, he had been lying in the same position, watching television, one hand in his pants cupping his balls, the other pinching the roach end of a joint. The place looked like hell in the time that I was gone. He managed to knock over a glass of Hawaiian punch that was sitting on the coffee table, creating a large red stain on the carpet and leaving the living room looking like a crime scene. During his siesta, he dropped the still burning roach on the rug and was lucky he hadn't started a fire. I shook my head in disgust as I picked it up off the floor. I decided a bit of busy work would help to take my mind off Olivia and Tyler, so I began cleaning. Brandon's bedroom was a good place to start. There was always something in there that reeked so bad that it could make a man forget his own name, so I grabbed the trash bag and made my way to the pig pen. My bag was about halfway filled with soda cans when I came across a pizza box from a local restaurant called Big Al's, sitting next to Brandon's industrialized tube of hand lotion on the floor. I recognized the box. Brandon ordered pizza from that place at least a couple of times a week. He and the delivery guy even seemed to be on a first-name basis. On the box's lid, an overweight Italian-American stereotype in a chef's hat was pictured. One hand rested on his pudgy hip, while the other extended a thumb into the air to go along with the portly chef's approving smile. There was no slogan written on the box, but I came up with an appropriate one in my head. So what if my food takes years off your life and gives you a worse complexion than the Toxic's Avenger? At least it tastes good. Skill was only morbid curiosity that motivated me to lift the lid. I was interested to know what it was about this place that made Brandon prefer it over the 50,000 other pizza restaurants around campus. Perhaps I should have been better prepared for what I was about to see after all. I'd surmised that a few weeks of cleaning Brandon's disaster of a room was enough to desensitize anyone to even the most objectionable sights and smells. But, for whatever reason, I wasn't ready for what was waiting for me beneath the obese chef's cardboard portrait. I felt my stomach drop the instant I raised the lid. Scuttling around inside of the box, crawling over leftover crust and collecting around puddles of grease like caribou at the watering hole, were dozens of those little black bugs. It was by far the most that I had ever seen in one place. A jolt of panic darted down my arm, causing me to drop the pest-ridden thing to the floor. The thud must have startled the insects, because next thing I knew, they were dispersing throughout the room, scurrying for cover in all directions. The thunderous blare of Brandon-breaking wind erupted from the living room, accompanied by a beastly snort that made me cringe so hard it caused my entire body to tremble. I followed the awful noise to find my brother still sawing wood on the sofa. Sordid thoughts of Olivia willingly allowing that perverted snake Tyler Brooks to defile her hallowed Garden of Eden and Ashley Carter's bathroom once again started to swirl through my mind. It was Brandon's fault. He was the reason that I had been afraid to ask Olivia out in the first place. All the filth he created, his disgusting lifestyle. I had been far too self-conscious to allow anyone close enough to me where they might learn the truth about him. And then it came to me, an answer so simple I was shocked I hadn't thought of it before. There was only one way that I could ever truly be happy. I had to get rid of Brandon. When I get to the next part of my story, I want to explain to you that I thought long and hard about how to deal with the situation. A crazy person might have acted on pure impulse after coming to the realization that had just made itself plainly apparent to me. But I am no crazy person. I made certain to evaluate every possible option in exhausting detail before finally deciding to kill my brother once my choice had been made. I slowly crept towards the napping ogre. Although I am sure that due to the marijuana-induced coma that he was currently sleeping off, I could have done cartwheels and he wouldn't have woken up. Looking down at his chubby cheeks made me feel queasy. In all honesty, I felt like I was about to do him a service, like putting down a mangy dog that's blind from cataracts and suffering from arthritis. I reveled in the moment as I cautiously wrapped my hands around his flabby neck, taking care not to wake him before I was in position. Then, in one rapid movement, I threw my body on top of his, straddling his tubby torso and squeezing his throat as hard as I could. Almost immediately, his eyes shot open, but his startled, terrified stare only helped to empower me. Brandon may have been larger than me, but I was stronger. His muscles had atrophied due to the years of lounging around the apartment, while mine had become more developed from my daily routines in the gym. Desperate pleas of mercy sporadically leaked from his mouth, but I couldn't make out a word he was saying, nor did I care to hear them. I could feel his windpipe crushing under the grip of my hands, the pressure causing his eyes to bulge from his head like one of those goofy stress management toys that at least one jackass had on his desk in every single office on the planet. It surprised me how long it took to finish the job. I must have been at it for at least 10 minutes before I was sure he was dead. By the end of it, I was drenched in sweat. Lactic acid rushed through the muscles of my arms, producing a mild burning sensation in my biceps and triceps. Brandon's face had turned a grayish hue. Black and purple rings encircled the fat neck where my hands had been choking him. His tongue hung from his mouth like a dog stuck out in the sun without a bowl of water. As I looked at my dead brother, not an ounce of remorse lingered in my consciousness. Brandon had brought death on himself, as far as I was concerned. My brother was barely alive before I strangled him. I knew that keeping him in the apartment would not be wise. Storing his corpse was something only a psychopath, like Udelgine or Amajon Waingassi, would do. Eventually, his body would rot and smell even more than the apartment itself, and people would complain. If enough tenants raised a fuss, the landlord would demand to investigate, and then I'd be finished. My parents' summer home was only an hour and a half from the university. I was positive that I could get rid of it there. All I needed to do was sneak his body to my car in the parking garage without anyone noticing. Transporting Brandon's corpse from the living room to my car turned out to be easier than I thought it would be. It was midterms week, and most of my building's occupants were locked away inside of their apartments, cramming for exams or pulling all-nighters at the library. There were always oversized cardboard boxes discarded by tenants after whatever furniture delivered inside of them had been removed, stacked up next to the dumpsters behind my building. I selected the biggest one that I could find and headed back to my unit with it. Brandon's limp body felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, but the adrenaline coursing through my veins gave me the strength to hoist his hefty cadaver into the box without too much difficulty. I dragged the thing down the hall to the elevator and up to my sedan, trying my best to appear as inconspicuous as possible. Luckily for me, I didn't run into any inquiring minds eager to know what was inside the package I was hauling. Could you imagine I'd probably be forced to blubber out some sort of pitiful Jack Tripper-esque excuse if people asked questions, just like an episode of Ben of Three's Come, only with less boobs and more murder. The drive up to my parents' summer house was a quiet one. I didn't feel like listening to the radio, and Brandon wasn't in the mood to do much talking. I was surprisingly calm for having just committed fratricide. To be honest, I was more relieved Brandon was dead than distraught. He was a terrible brother, and from what I could tell growing up, he wasn't much of a son to my parents either. Once the matter of his body was taken care of, I would be able to get back to school and start living a normal life. I had a plan, in case you were wondering. Only a complete whack job would kill someone without an exit strategy. My parents' vacation home was conveniently secluded and located on a massive lake. When I was little, my father and I used to take his old rowboat out on the water before Brandon or my mother would wake up, so we could go fishing. We'd spend the morning together, usually catching nothing and waiting for the sun to peek out from over the eastern hills, while he spouted off obscure trivia to me about the lake. Yep, this lake has a surface area of approximately 17 square miles, he'd say to me. It's been measured at 58 feet at its deepest point. Better keep your arms and legs in the boat. No telling what could happen down there. Just about anything could hide in a body of water this big. He always said that last part just to get a rise out of me, but the sheer size of the lake always stuck with me. There was some truth to his teasing. Anything could hide down there. Even my brother. My plan was to dump his corpse in the lake and ditch my car 10 miles south of my school, the opposite direction of my folks' summer home. From there, I would have to find a ride back to campus. If I could make it to the school before people in my building started waking up, no one would realize that I had even left. A little later, I could report my brother missing and my car stolen. It wouldn't be hard. to make it look like he'd taken my car. I could leave his sweatshirt in the back seat, smear his fingerprints all over the steering wheel, and maybe even sprinkle a little of his hair around to make it seem like he was driving it. Brandon had a couple of minor run-ins with the law when he was younger. Nothing major. He got hit with a misdemeanor for marijuana possession when he was 17. Some vandalism stuff when he was a little younger. But compared to my squeaky clean record, he looked like a felon. Convincing the police that he had finally gone off the deep end and skipped out of town wouldn't be a problem. I pulled my car around to the back of the lake house and killed my headlights. The closest neighbors lived about a mile away, but I was taking no chances by unnecessarily drawing attention to myself. It was getting late. The clock on my dashboard flashed 11:30. The light from the numbers bathed the inside of my car in a pale green glow. For a few seconds, nothing felt real to me, like I had somehow been transported into the plot of a bitten David Lynch movie. I quickly snapped myself back to reality and got to work. I dragged Brandon's corpse from the trunk and lugged it down the gravel path that led towards my father's tool shed. I had one more precaution I needed to take in order to make sure I wouldn't be caught. If watching hours upon hours of Horatio Caine, catching bad guys and solving murders down on South Beach taught me anything, it's that no matter how terrible the crime, here is always time for an inappropriate stomach-grumbling pun. Yeah, if it taught me anything else, it's that dental records and fingerprints are by far the easiest way to identify a body. Brandon may have been dead, but he still had a mouthful of teeth and all 10 of his fingers. My dad's shed, however, stored a sturdy set of pliers and a handy pair of heavy-duty pruning shears. I think you can put 2 and 2 together and figure out where this is going. I rolled Brandon's cumbersome corpse the final few feet through the shed door and propped it up right against the wall. I must have inherited my affinity for tidiness from my father. He always kept his things so neat and orderly. Suffice to say, his shed was no exception. I had little trouble locating the pliers I would need to remove my brother's teeth. The operation, I estimated, would most likely be a bloody one, so I decided to reel out the blue plastic tarp that was propped up in the corner in order to catch any DNA evidence that might escape my brother's mouth, while I yanked away at his brownish-yellow, smoke-stained incisors. I had just finished laying it down on the floor when I noticed something out of the corner of my eye that made every muscle in my neck go rigid and sent wave after wave of fright pulsating throughout my body. I blinked thrice, silently praying to God, Jesus, Buddha, Krishna, and any other holy deity who might have happened to be observing the scene, that what I had just witnessed out of my peripheral vision was nothing but an optical illusion. Unfortunately for me, my prayers had gone unanswered because my vision had not deceived me. Brandon's chest was moving. I was too afraid to turn my head. An hour earlier, he was dead. I had even checked his pulse. People don't just come back to life, I told myself. That was something a crazy person would believe. Slowly, I rotated my neck in his direction in order to get a better look. What happened next was something I had not been able to forget in the days since the incident, no matter how hard I've tried. Brandon's body still sat limp against the wall of the shed. The skin of his lifeless face had gone from gray to pale white during the drive. There was nothing in his cold, empty stare that could have suggested any signs of vitality or even a single trace of consciousness. Yet his chest was clearly throbbing up and down with alarming frequency. I tried to swallow, but realized my mouth had gone bone dry. With a thud, his body slumped to the floor, causing me to jump 3 feet off the ground. The trunk of his core continued to move. He was lying on his back now, his colorless face turned in my direction, perhaps against my better judgment. I called out to him, "Brandon." I managed to mutter out. There was no reply. The only thing I could hear was the sound of my own heavy breathing. Moments later, Brandon's body began to stir. Slowly at first, but gradually his motions became more violent. I fought back a scream as his carcass started to convulse and writhe on the shed's floor, just a couple of feet from where I was standing. His arms and legs were flailing through the air while his torso shook and jerked like he was having a seizure. A low hiss seeped from his mouth. The sound that violated my ears while I trembled with fright from the scene unfolding before me. No, this can't be happening. This can't be real, I thought to myself. But it was happening, and I can tell you with the utmost sincerity that this was real. The hiss grew louder. I covered my ears with my hands and shook my head in disbelief. Brandon's jaw started to twitch as if he was trying to talk. I was terrified of hearing his voice, of hearing the damn words I expected to come out of his mouth. But it wasn't words that emerged from between my brother's lips that evening. No, sir. What came out instead was much more horrifying. An endless stream of those little black bugs began to pour from his mouth, flooding the room like a biblical plague and swarming nearly everything in sight. They scuttled along my shoes and up my pant legs. I swatted at them frantically, doing everything in my power to get the vermin off me. But the more I brushed them away, the more they overran me. The lake. I remembered still crawling with bugs. I leapt over Brandon's now motionless body, burst through the shed's door, and made a break for the dock right next to my house. I was moving as fast as the evening's cool air began stinging my face while I sprinted through the darkness. When I reached the end of the dock, I threw myself headfirst into the icy cold water without hesitation, in an attempt to drown the bugs still clinging to me. In all the excitement and panic, I forgot to close my mouth and hold my breath before diving into the lake. The frigid water rushed down my esophagus in an effort to invade my respiratory system, nearly drowning me in the freezing depths. Frantically, I kicked and thrashed underneath the surface, trying to make it to the dock's ladder while water continued to usurp the air in my lungs. With one last desperate attempt at survival, I grasped onto one of the ladder's rungs and yanked myself free of the drink into the night air, gasping and choking in the moonlight, exhausted but relieved to be alive. I slogged my shaking body back up to the dock and collapsed on its deck. I had little time to relax, though. There was still work to be done. Brandon's body wasn't going to dispose of itself, and I knew that I needed to move fast if I wanted to be back at the school by sunrise. The bugs were mostly gone by the time that I had gone back to the shed. They must have scattered into the backyard or the wooded area that surrounded the house when I made my dash towards the lake. A few of them had stuck around and were lingering on the floor and walls while I returned, but I could cope with that. There really wasn't time to stop and contemplate the peculiarity of what I had just witnessed. I was well aware of the inexplicable circumstances surrounding the little black bugs and Brandon's body. Never in my life had I ever heard or read about anything so odd or terrifying, but I was on the clock. In order to secure my alibi, I needed to finish the job and get back to school. I picked up the set of pliers, dragged my brother on top of the tarp, and kneeled down next to his corpse. Some of the insects were still trickling out of the corners of his mouth. I brushed them away and got down to business. I pulled each and every one of my brother's teeth out with the pliers. His hands were a bit harder to remove with the shears than I thought they would be, but my father's DeWalt diamond-tipped heavy-duty handsaw did a satisfactory enough job. I don't know why a handsaw needs to be diamond-tipped. All my father ever did with it was cut firewood, but I was more than thankful for his testosterone-fueled purchase that evening. Needless to say, it sliced through my brother's wrists faster than an Annabeth Emil kid looking for a tent. I wrapped what was left of his body up in the blood-soaked tarp. and lugged it all the way back to the dock, where my father's rowboat was tied up. It was late, and with the weather as cold as it was, I knew I wouldn't see anyone else in the lake. Not at this time of the year, anyway. For about 20 minutes I paddled out, not stopping until I knew I was in a place where the water would be deep. Next, I deadlifted Brandon's fat carcass up from the boat and dumped it overboard. It sank down into the murky depths, disappearing from sight like attractive people led into a Be-agic, the gathering tournament. I shot the teeth that I had extracted into the lake as well, watching them gradually scatter and vanish beneath the surface. When I got back to land, I used the hands that I had removed to plant Brandon's fingerprints all over my steering wheel and the dashboard of my car before burying them out in the woods. I made sure to straighten up the shed so my father wouldn't find anything amiss the next time that he was in it. Before I left the lake house that night, I went inside and headed up to my parents' bedroom. My father kept a revolver in the nightstand by his bed, and I figured it might come in handy somewhere down the line. Just a contingency plan in case things started to spiral out of control. Crazy people don't come up with contingency plans, so you can see how clear and level-headed my thinking was. I got back in the car and fired up the engine. All I needed to do was ditch my ride, then I'd be home free. A tiny painful prick on my neck startled me, momentarily breaking my concentration. I reached back and snatched the little black bug that had bitten me, pinching it between my fingers. It tried to squirm away, but I crushed its body before it could, popping it like a pimple, while I laughed maniacally at its plight like a supervillain high on shrooms. I left my car in the parking lot of a Wendy's about 20 minutes southeast of my campus. I'm not really sure why I chose Wendy's. I guess it just seemed like an appropriate place for Brandon's trail to run cold. One last double Western bacon cheeseburger for the fat ass before his vanishing act. My school was too far to travel on foot, so running was out of the question. And I was concerned that calling for a cab would be an easy way to get noticed in case the police came snooping around looking for witnesses. I needed to stay as discreet as possible. My alibi would be a failure if someone like a cabbie could pinpoint me in the general proximity of the car I had planned on reporting stolen. Even though it was likely I would encounter people on the bus, I reasoned that since it was still early, no one would be interested in making conversation or even eye contact, especially not before the break of dawn. I had studied the bus routes earlier. There was an express line that I could catch that would drop me off near the school. The first bus was supposed to come by at 5 a.m. and only made a few stops before reaching the campus. I checked my watch. It was 4:30. With any luck, my ride would be on time, and I could make it back to the apartment before people started waking up. I took a seat on the bench and waited alone in the dark for the bus to arrive. Just a few minutes later, a scruffy old hobo hobbled up to the bus stop and popped a squat next to me. A pungent stench wafted through the air. I winced in realization that I was sitting downwind from the homeless man's foul fragrance, an awful combination of urine and rancid milk. I scooted over until one of my ass cheeks was hanging off the edge of the bench, attempting to put as much distance between myself and the terrible funk as possible. The vagrant sat hunched over, with his hands inside the pockets of his dirty, ragged sweatshirt, while he mumbled something incoherent to himself. His hood was pulled up over his head, covering most of his face, but from what I could see, he looked as if he was in desperate need of some dental work. He started to rock back and forth on the bench as the unintelligible garble spewed from his mouth became louder and more frequent. Still, I couldn't make out what the troubled man was saying. I checked my watch. It was only 4:37. I remember the time exactly because that's when things began to get strange. We were all alone at the bus stop. Aside from the occasional car zipping by, there wasn't another soul in sight. None of the stores around were open yet, so there was no warm, safe place for me to duck into while I waited for the bus to show. The homeless man clenched his decaying, rotten teeth and began to violently shake his fist in the air. His ramblings had turned into a fit of angry shouting, and I finally started to understand what he had been saying once the raving lunatic started barking into the dark morning sky. "He's dead! He's dead! His own flesh and blood! His baby brother! Why baby brother?" I shot up from the bench and stumbled back for a few steps. I told myself that he was just some maniac, that there was no way that he could know about Brandon. But somewhere, deep inside me, I couldn't shake the feeling that all his hooting and hollering was directed towards me. I checked my watch again. It was only 4:43. Time was moving slower than an octogenarian wearing ankle weights. He stood up from the bench and started shambling towards me like a zombie, all the while continuing to shout out accusations at the top of his lungs. Why baby brother murder his own flesh and blood? I backed off into the street, but Nostradamus homeless followed. A flash of light illuminated the dark road we were both now standing in. I turned my head to see the bus that I'd been waiting on about a block away, sitting at a red light. Salve, I thought to myself, it had arrived early, but before I had the chance to rejoice, the mad hobo lunged at me, grasping me around my wrists with both his hands. He lifted his head and met my terrified gaze for the first time. I could see his entire face, and I felt myself get woozy from the appalling sight staring back at me. His lips were horribly chapped, so dry and cracked that blood began to trickle from their fissures as he smiled his rotten grin. The bizarre homeless man's teeth were worse than I thought. The black and yellow giblets jutted out from the bum's disease-ridden gums in arbitrary directions, sometimes even overlapping each other. As he continued to squawk at me, I noticed an additional sound beginning to emanate from the homeless man's mouth. It was a terrible low hiss, one that I had heard earlier that evening in the tool shed, right before the bugs began to spill from the mouth of my dead brother. I felt myself get sick at the mere thought of those things swarming me back at the lake house. "He's dead," he shouted. "Baby brother, why, murdered by his own flesh." I was too terrified to look away. The hiss became louder as bugs began to crawl out of the homeless man's nose, scurrying down his face. I broke his grip, falling over backwards onto my rear end, and started to shuffle away on the ground as fast as I could. The light on the street got brighter, and I realized the bus was advancing towards me. Seeing this, the deranged homeless man darted out of the road, leaving me sitting there on the asphalt as the express line pulled up to the stop. The last thing that I needed to do was miss my bus, so I stood up, dusted myself off, and headed for the door. The driver didn't even look twice at me as I boarded. I'm sure she had seen her fair share of crazy working that route. I was thankful for it too, as far as I was concerned. The less people that could pick me out of a lineup, the better. There were only 2 other riders on the bus, and both of them looked half asleep. I took a seat in the very back and tried to catch my breath. Could he have known about Brandon? No, I told myself. Something like that just doesn't make sense. It would be completely illogical to assume that the stinking shizo had any knowledge of what happened between my brother and me. I was able to eventually reason that he must have been talking about someone else. You see, a sensible person could always come up with a rational explanation for things. I sat in a daze for the rest of the ride back to campus, trying to erase the mental image of those bugs moving around the homeless man's face. I still see it when I close my eyes. I still hear them hissing too, only I know that's not in my head. I stumbled into my apartment before daybreak. I had forgotten how messy the place was before I left, but it was okay, though I took great pleasure in fixing up the place, knowing that it would be the last time I ever had to clean up one of my brother's messes. Fatigue settled in by the time I was wrapping up, and I collapsed on my bed, where I fell asleep for hours. By the time I woke up, The sun was already making its descent from the sky. Every single one of my muscles ached, and the joints in my arms and legs burned as if they were on fire. I realized that the night had taken a greater toll on my body than I originally anticipated. All I wanted to do was lie in bed and not move until the pain went away. But I knew my job wasn't done yet. I had to pad my alibi. I called the police and reported my car stolen. After about an hour of waiting, an incredibly bored-looking cop came by and took down my information. He seemed even less impressed when I divulged to him that my brother was most likely the culprit. The expression on the officer's face told me he'd much rather have been at a donut shop, sipping coffee and talking football with the rest of the boys, than dealing with me. Nevertheless, I put on an act for him that even Laurence Olivier would have been jealous of. "Oh, please, officer, tell me if you hear anything. Honestly, I am more worried about Brandon and my car. I think he may have finally lost it." The cop nodded his head, reassured me that everything would probably be all right, and drove off in his squad car, presumably to get back to his busy day of consuming coffee and chowing down on bear claws while debating Tom Brady versus Peyton Manning with the rest of his overweight musket compatriots. I was confident that my performance would be enough to throw the police off my trail. Excluding the psychopath of the bus stop and the hiccup with the bugs in the tool shed, everything was going as I had envisioned it. It wasn't until later that evening that my plan would begin to fall apart. And fall apart it did. I remember the exact point things started to go haywire. How could I forget? My life has been a case of situational irony akin to that of a Dia's Shakespearean comment, and how appropriate is it that the catalyst, the very thing that got the ball rolling, was an all too familiar prick on the back of my neck. I was sitting at the desk in my room when it happened. Disposing of my brother's body had cost me a lot of very valuable study time, and I was trying to take advantage of every minute that I had left before my midterm exams by burying myself in my coursework. The sting of the insect's bite took me by surprise, snapping my attention away from the textbook that I was reading. I let out a yelp and twisted in my chair, attempting to swat the irritating little nuisance off of me, but I paused suddenly, stricken with fear, when I took notice of a sound that had begun to infiltrate the room, one I was starting to become far too acquainted with. A low hiss seeped through the walls, the hiss of those little black bugs. The noise seemed to be loudest coming from the wall on the opposite end of my room, near the foot of my bed. I approached what appeared to be its origin cautiously and ran my fingers along the wall. Terror's dark hand gripped me tight as the vibrating stucco sent tiny tremors up my finger when I touched it. I could feel them moving, crawling, even squirming, over top of each other just behind the thin plaster barricade between us. The thought made the contents of my stomach rise halfway up my throat. The hiss began to get louder. It became deafening. I jerked my hand back from the wall as the terrible noise persisted in increasing in intensity. The bedroom wall was throbbing now, just like Brandon's chest in my father's tool shed one night prior. I feared that at any moment the bugs could come bursting through the wall like pus, spurting from the center of a ripe zit. I barely had time to cringe in fear from the terrible sight before the hiss began to change, mutating and warping itself into something that sounded like words. The voice was inhuman, unlike anything I'd ever heard before, almost as if it was speaking to me through the sound of flesh sizzling over an open flame. "He is dead. He is dead. Why, baby brother, why?" The words pervaded my ears and burrowed themselves into my brain like a parasite. I turned to run, but toppled over the ottoman, jamming my left wrist when I put my hand out in front of me to break my fall. I looked towards the wall again where the hiss had originated. It was moving, as if half my bedroom had begun breathing. "You killed him. Why?" The wall continued to swell up and down like the waves of an angry sea. I began to prepare myself for the worst. I was certain that death would be riding into my room in no time, a six-eyed horseman with the mandibles of an arthropod, ready to drag my soul to hell. He was ours. Now you'll be too. You'll be ours, or we'll ruin you. I screamed. The wall was writhing and twisting in ways that defied physics. The entire room looked like a bad acid trip. You'll be ours or nothing. It was maddening. If I didn't know for sure that my mind was so healthy and sound, I might have believed that I was losing it. Of course, a crazy person would never acknowledge that kind of complete and utter insanity to be anything out of the norm. I, however, was well aware of the implausible situation that I had found myself in, thus proving the lucidity of my mental state of being. I curled up into a ball and shut my eyes, cradling my head in my hands, reverting back to the most primal of self-defense mechanisms. The walls were closing in on me, and the hiss had reached an unbearable pitch. But just when I thought a certain doom was upon me, another noise filled the apartment, a knock on the front door. It took a minute for me to gather myself, but eventually I noticed that the walls had returned to normal, and that the hiss had vanished, almost as soon as the knocking had begun. Another knock brought me to my feet, and I proceeded to the door, albeit still shakily. To my surprise, Tyler, Brooks, and Olivia were standing in front of me when I opened it. Tyler was shirtless, although his pasty white chest and sunburned forearms made him look like he was wearing a t-shirt. Olivia, looking as stunning as ever, was wearing nothing but an oversized E-unit football jersey, the kind of shirt that you might find bundled up on the floor at a Burlington coat factory or Nordstrom Rack. I winced a bit once I came to the realization that it was most likely Tyler's. "Bro," said the turd, "we thought that we heard a scream," he said. "Is everything okay, or were you just watching porn with the speakers turned up too loud? Coos? I do that sometime." No, Tyler. Thanks for your concern, but I tripped over the ottoman in my room and sprained my rib. "Ow," said Olivia, and it was at that moment that I decided that the G in G-unit must have stood for got it. Do you need a doctor? I shook my head and forced a laugh. No, I just startled myself, I guess. I should watch where I am going." "Yeah, you should," chimed Tyler. "The next time I hear a scream like that from this apartment, it better be because you have a fever here." Lol. He actually said, all low. Tyler grabbed a handful of Olivia's magnificent rump. "Come on, babe. Let's get back to your apart." He turned towards me and mouthed something that rhymes with eating that wussy when she wasn't looking, thrusting his pelvis in the air and flicking his tongue between the N of peace sign he was making with his fingers. As they walked away, I shut the door behind me and leaned against the wall, trying to get a grasp on everything that had just occurred. Part of me was still terrified that the hiss would begin anew and my six-legged tormentors would pick up where they left off, but deep down inside, I knew they wanted me alive. The buds were actually speaking to me. Not just speaking, but delivering a message, a warning. "Now you'll be ours too. You'll be ours, or we'll ruin you." I understood what they meant. Those little bastards were the only witnesses to Brandon's murder. The bugs loved my older brother. He was like a benevolent god to them. They gorged themselves on the heaping piles of garbage that he left lying around the apartment. The place was like a paradise for those terrible little things, and then I moved in and took it all away. And now they wanted me to take his place, to maintain the status quo and continue showering them with gifts. It was a threat. Become as foul and nasty as my older brother, return their home to paradise, or somehow they would ruin me. All of it was a god they wanted, and it was a god they were going to get, but not the kind that they were asking for. I was about to go to Old Testament on the little black bugs. It's the police who kept knocking at my door. They won't say they're the cops, actually. They won't say much of anything. It doesn't really matter, though. I know it's them. They must be here to arrest me for what I did to Brandon. I am sure the smug sons of all filth are going to pat themselves on the back for breaking the case. The idiots. I was careful. They never would have known if it wasn't for those goddamn buck. I purchased a fogger at Home Depot the following day. I don't know much about exterminating, so I let the guys at the store convince me to splurge on the most expensive one that they had. It came in a canister that looked like an old Soviet warhead. On the side of it was a picture of a mushroom cloud with the words, "Big Bug Bomb," written in bold yellow font that told me it meant business. When I got back to the apartment, I set it up in my bedroom, the site of my earlier run-ins with the little pests. The instructions on the container said that the fogger released a cloud of poisonous gas capable of reaching a radius of 2,500 square feet, which is a distance that's easily more than twice the size of my humble living accommodations. All I had to do was pull the tab, leave the apartment for a couple of hours, and let the gas do the work. I was positive the bugs would mount an attack and come gushing through the walls in an effort to thwart me, but it never happened. I set off the bomb just like the instructions said, placed the fogger down on my desk, and escaped with zero resistance. I thought that I'd be able to forget about everything that had taken place while I was at school that day. But unfortunately, my midterm exams weren't even going to help me ignore the constant reminders. I would look into my study materials, doing my damnedest to take my mind off the recent horrors that I had experienced. But no matter how much I tried to clear my mind, terrible memories still plagued me. At times I could have sworn I smelled the homeless man's nauseating aroma as I ambled around my campus. I feared he would be waiting for me every time I turned a corner, shouting accusations at the top of his lungs like he had that night at the bus stop. To anyone watching, I must have looked like quite the nut, peering over my shoulder every 10 feet or so, keeping an eye out for the invisible boogeyman. Then there were the things that weren't in my head. Over the course of the day, I would catch people giving me the most judgmental, scornful looks, 2 girls whispering to each other and pointing in my direction as I walked by, a professor shaking his head when I turned in my tests, even the barista in my coffee shop turning her nose up at me when I stopped in to get a mid-afternoon pick-me-up. I was beginning to feel the paranoia seeping in, and the way everyone was glaring at me. It was as if they knew what I had done to Brandon. I ducked into the library to get away from the judgmental sneers and disapproving stares. I needed a quiet place to think and clear my head, but the coffee I guzzled down hadn't given me the caffeine boost that I was looking for, and I quickly found myself nodding off at the desk in the computer lab once I settled in. My nap was far from restful, though the vividness of my nightmare ensured that the warmth and safety of the library faded away, only to be replaced by the last place on earth I wanted to be. I barely had time to realize I was back at the lake again, treading along the surface of the icy water that I had dumped my brother in, when I felt myself begin to sink. I tried to swim, but no matter how hard I kicked and paddled, I couldn't free myself from the water's pull. It began to envelop me slowly, but surely, swallowing my body whole. I took one last desperate gasp of air as my head submerged under the surface of the lake. 10 feet underwater and sinking fast, a sense of hopelessness began to overwhelm me. I stopped trying to fight my way to the surface when I reached 40 feet. I could feel the pressure in my ears and behind my eyes start to build. It felt like my head was beginning to crush in a vice. At 100 feet and plunging deeper, my lungs felt as though they were going to burst. No longer able to stand the pain, I opened my mouth and screamed and felt the lake rush down my throat, just as it had when I dove into the water the night I killed Brandon. Deeper, I descended into the darkness, suffering, drowning, a victim of the water's merciless onslaught, when I saw something waiting for me at the lake bed. Dread shot through my already agonizing body when I recognized what I was being pulled towards. My brother's bloated corpse was sitting at the bottom of the lake, his body hanging halfway out of the tarp that I had rolled him in. Days of water damage had turned his skin a sickening greenish white. The fish had reached him by then, and a few of them were still feeding on the exposed flesh of his face. As I touched down to the lake's floor, his eyeballs were gone. They're always the first place to be eaten. It's the easiest part of the body for the fish to digest. I read that somewhere. We were now face to face, partially consumed face to my horror. His puffy, swollen lips began to slowly move. He was speaking to me, and somehow, under hundreds of feet of unforgiving, freezing cold water, I could hear him. "They're not dead," he said to me in a wheezy, croaking voice. It reminded me just how hard I had squeezed his throat that night. "But you can't get rid of them." He stared at me through the empty sockets of his face with the same disdain that I had once viewed him with. "They want to make you like me." I wanted to respond, but freezing water gagging and choking me prevented any sort of retort. A smile crossed his decaying, half-eaten face, and I could tell that he was pleased by this. I'd even go as far as to say that he was laughing at my plight. "You'll be theirs," he said. "You'll be theirs, or they'll ruin you." A deep, low hiss began to flood my ears. If the lake hadn't already collapsed my lungs, I would have been shrieking at the top of them. The hiss grew louder and louder as my brother began to open his mouth once more. The noise had become deafening. Brandon's mouth had stretched far too wide, as if he had unhinged his jaw, making his horrible face even harder to look at. Then, in an instant, I was back in the library, my cheek flush against the desk that I had fallen asleep on. I had woken up. It took seconds for reality to settle in. It took a few horrid gasps, trying to remember what breathing felt like the dream had felt so real. Once I got my bearings back, I sat and reflected on it for a while. Brandon's words had sent a chill down my spine. "They want to make you like me," he had told me. "You'll be theirs, or they'll ruin you." I looked up. The librarian, a pretty undergrad, was scowling at me from behind her desk. Everyone I was in contact with seemed to hate me. There was only one possibility. It had to be the bugs. I found myself contemplating the possibility of that idea. Sure, it was crazy, but what other reason could there possibly be for my recent status as a social pariah? The little bastards had demonstrated that they had the ability to communicate. Perhaps they were telling the others, revealing to them my dirty secret. Maybe that's what they meant. They said that they would ruin me. My brother was most likely right. There was no way. Some stupid fogger I purchased at the hardware store was going to kill off those things. They had some sort of, I know it sounds nuts, supernatural abilities that extend way beyond resistance to insecticides. Their motives had become clear to me. Either I gave in to their whims, or they were going to rat me out. A feeling of desperation started to brew inside me. I needed to exterminate them once and for all. My fears were confirmed when I heard the hiss coming from my apartment, before I had even made it halfway down the hall. The big bug bomb had performed about as well as a quadriplegic in an Ironman competition. It didn't matter. They might have been able to fend off the noxious fumes of a fogger, but I had a new plan. If the pesticide didn't work, then maybe fire would do the trick. In my backpack was a case of matches. In my right hand was a can of gasoline, and my mind was the unrelenting desire to finally rid myself of those little black bugs. They weren't hard to find. When I opened the door, the little buggers were everywhere. I locked the door behind me and quickly began splashing the walls of the living room with petrol. Again, that terrible hiss started to buzz through the apartment, and I knew that the bugs were assembling, preparing for war. Unlike before, though I found the sound encouraging, the bug bomb didn't even frighten them enough to warrant a reaction. The fact that they were stirring made me think that I had them on the ropes a little bit. I knew that I needed to work fast. It would be important to hit every room so the bugs wouldn't have a place to run to once I set the apartment ablaze. For once they were afraid, and I was reveling in it. "You like that, you little bastard," I shouted. "I'll teach you to snitch on me." After I finished in the living room, I ran to the kitchen, where those awful things had first bitten me. The hiss followed close behind. Once more, the appalling sound assaulting my ears began to form words. "You can't do this. You are ours now." I ignored the threats and continued to paint the walls and counters with gas. "Stop this," the hiss commanded. I started to laugh out loud. The bathroom was next. By the time I got in there, the bugs had begun seeping out of the shower head, trickling from the sink, even crawling their way up from the drain. I ran the faucets in an effort to drown as many of them as possible. Somehow, I kept my composure long enough to spill some gasoline on the walls next to the toilet. "Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!" The nasty things hissed at me. I staggered out of the bathroom like a drunk girl in a nightclub and bumbled my way down the hall towards Brandon's room. Even with the stench of gas spreading through the apartment, I could still smell my brother's distinctive funk when I entered his lair. For all I knew, it would have managed to linger even after the room had been reduced to ash and embers. I had just begun dousing his bed's disgusting, bacteria-ridden sheets when a sudden thud caught me on the back of my head, knocking me to the ground and causing me to drop the gas can. I felt my vision blur, and my head become as light as a balloon. Two obvious signs that I likely experienced a concussion. Blood started to dribble from the back of my head where I had been struck, spilling down my neck and onto the floor. And an even more obvious sign that I likely experienced a concussion. Woozy but still determined, I willed myself to wobbly feet. The blow on the back of my skull had raised more than a few questions in my aching head, questions that were answered as soon as my eyes began to regain their focus. It was standing in the doorway. At first, I thought that it was some sort of hallucination, an image of delirium brought on by my recent head trauma. But the longer I tried to convince myself that what I was looking at was imaginary, the more I realized it wasn't. Its shape was vaguely anthropomorphic. I say vaguely because it seemed to be trying to mimic the human form, but failing miserably at it. The figure had arms, legs, a tiny lump where the neck should be that looked like a sorry attempt for a head. It was black as soot, so dark, in fact, that I didn't realize at first that what I thought was its skin was actually moving. But it was, you see, this lone, dark figure that had apparently struck me wasn't a single entity at all. No, sir, it was an assemblage of those little black bugs, millions of them, all converging together like for a Voltron. I scrambled for the gas can, but the abomination tackled me back down to the floor. A multitude of tiny insect legs tickled my skin as the monstrosity pinned me to the ground with its makeshift hands. It was extremely strong. I squirmed and tugged as hard as I could, but I couldn't break its grip. The hiss of the bugs was so loud at this point that I was positive my ears were going to start bleeding. You'll be ours right now." The figure pinning me to the ground suddenly began to disperse as little black bugs, thousands at a time, launched into an attack. I was swarmed with them, and not just externally. They invaded every orifice of my body. I could feel them crawling up my nostrils, maneuvering in and out of my sinuses as they traveled down my trachea, using it as a tunnel, and scurrying along the inside walls of my lungs. I tried to cry out, but the screams were stifled by the thousands of bugs flooding my mouth. That wasn't the only place that the nasty things decided to violate, though they entered me through every part of my body, even making themselves at home in my digestive tract and my urethra. The pain was immeasurable. The last thing that I remember was passing out in agony, that horrible hiss drowning everything out as the world faded to black. I wish I could tell you that the bugs were gone when I came to, or that I somehow found a way to expel them from my body. But I am afraid that I would be lying if I did. You see, they attacked me a day ago, and I haven't actually stopped since. I woke up on the floor of my brother's room in more pain than when I had passed out. My skin is on fire from the millions of bites that I have suffered since they started swarming me. The slew of bugs crawling up and down my throat makes it feel like I am breathing through a straw. I swallow them by the hundreds, but more just keep coming to replace them. They've probably laid eggs inside of my intestines by now. It's okay though, because I've won, and they know it. That's why they called the cops on me. Even when they invaded my body, I refused to cave to their demands. I refused to become my brother, and they hate me for it. Pretty soon, the little bastards won't be able to torment anyone ever again. My father's revolver is sitting in my lap as I write this, and I have every intention of using it before the police come crashing through my door. But it gets better. The carpet is still soaked in gasoline, and I sure as hell don't plan on going out alone. It should only take one match to turn this whole apartment building into a scene from Backdraft. So adios, world, and a very special goodbye to those little black bugs, I suppose. We'll meet again in hell. I'll be smiling when I see them, though, 'cause I know the score. From the Lantern, the 22nd of October, 2013, 6, dead in student housing fire. Police investigating possible arson. 6 people were killed in a tragic fire that occurred at a student housing building located off the Ohio State University campus late Tuesday night. Many of the building's tenants were able to evacuate the scene. The building was reportedly engulfed in flames even before first revivers had arrived. Witnesses say they were awoken by a gunshot coming from the apartment that the fire is believed to have started in. The fire spread fast, said Fire Chief Tom Franklin, but the death toll might have been much higher if the gunshot hadn't alerted many of the building's residents. The shot is thought to have been fired by a third-year student, Brandon Miller. Both the fire and gunshot were suspected to have emanated from his apartment. Miller lived alone, and those who had met him described the junior to be extremely introverted. I didn't know him too well, said one of the neighbors who survived the fire, but he was always so hard on himself when we did speak. He really seemed to have self-esteem issues. It was strange he was constantly cleaning his apartment and complaining about how dirty it was, and I never saw the inside of it. I don't think anybody did, but I couldn't imagine it being as bad as he said. It seemed like every other day I would see him walking to his door with a shopping bag full of cleaning supplies. Miller's mother and father declined to speak to the Lantern about whether or not they believe their only son was responsible for the fire, but have offered their condolences to all of those who lost their loved ones in the tragic event. Miller's body was one of 6 recovered from the fire. The coroner's report states that he died from a fatal gunshot wound to the head shortly after the fire started. There were no drugs or alcohol present in his body at the time of his death. However, some of the coroner's findings have raised questions about Miller's death. According to the report, even though he was not badly burned, his body was recovered with severe skin damage. These injuries do not appear to be inflicted from the fire, and may possibly have been caused by insect bites. His body has been transported to Ohio State University Hospital, so tests can be run. The Columbus police are currently investigating Brandon Miller's role in the fire. Some kind of monster took over my hands. Last Tuesday, I woke up to a strange text message. My alarm was set for 7 a.m. My phone buzzed at 6:40. It stirred me out of sleep enough that I checked it. The message said, "Do you saw something you shouldn't have?" Being half asleep, I kind of stared at it for a minute, trying to figure out what I had seen before the overall weirdness of the message dawned on me. First of all, the sender was blank. No name, no number, no symbols, no indication that there were blank spaces, like someone had hit a spacebar repeatedly. It had taken the input as characters, I couldn't even highlight anything in the center space. Second, the font on the message was different, not like a different font than normal. There were several letters that shifted noticeably higher or lower than the letters around them in a given word. Third, I haven't seen anything aside from going to work. A parent-teacher conference, out to pick up a pizza. I can't think of anywhere I've even gone in the week prior to that message. I sure haven't seen anything weird or criminal or whatever. I showed it to my wife. She just laughed it off. She said, "It's probably some marketing thing or maybe a wrong nunt. That seems like a reasonable possibility," so I pushed it aside. 2 nights later, last Thursday, I started having bad dreams. When I was little, I used to have night terrors. I'd wake my brother up screaming my head off. It got so bad that even though my parents couldn't really afford it, they took me to a sleep clinic for a few days when I was 8. I don't remember what help they really gave me. I know it stopped, or I grew out of it. Aside from the occasional normal nightmare, I've never had any problems since. This dream, while it was unpleasant to some degree, didn't feel like a nightmare or even a dream. It felt very real, strangely mundane. I was at a dimly lit library, going through old books. While I can't say what I was looking for, I know I felt a growing sensation of frustration, unease that it wasn't there. When I woke up, instead of feeling relieved, I felt panicked. In my sleep-addled stupor, I tried to force myself back to sleep. Of course, that never works. After a few minutes, my phone buzzed. It was another message in the one-sided conversation from the mystery sender. You saw something you shouldn't have, and you need to stop before you're like. The message stopped there. There was a photo attached. It was a dark picture of a man squatting down in an aisle, peering intently at a row of faded books on a low, dusty shelf. The heavy metal bookshelves and long aisle made it clear that it was a library. While the picture was at a bad angle and poorly shot, I could tell it was me. Not me from any library I'd actually ever been in. Me from my dream. I felt sick as the idea bloomed and took root in me. I considered waking my wife to show her. Something in me resisted the impulse. Maybe it was fear that she would look at me with worry or, worse, sadness. Fear in her eyes, I don't know. I haven't told her yet. I haven't told her about the last of it either. I work as in-house legal counsel at a medium-sized, pretty, profitable real estate company based in Atlanta, Georgia. I've been an attorney for nearly 10 years. The closest I've come to a courtroom is when I go to the courthouse to do land title searches. I've been married for 8 years. We have a 4-year-old little boy. I say all this to you so you have some idea that I have a good but pretty ordinary life. I don't have strange hobbies or friends. I don't typically go outside the normal boundaries of my day-to-day existence to meet odd people or experience dangerous things. The dreams have continued me at some strange place I consider home in the dream. Me at a restaurant, me walking through some unknown town on a stormy afternoon with patches of hail coming down intermittently, thumping against an umbrella with a heavy wrought metal handle. All these things seem real. I wake in a strange panic. No more messages for the last few days, though, well, I've grown to dread and hate my phone when it buzzes. My hope was that whatever strangeness has been happening was fading and would eventually take the dreams with it. This morning, I found a coin on my nightstand. I call it a coin because it is a small flat disc in the shape of a coin with a heft as though it was made of metal. Its surface is not metal. It seems to be some kind of mottled gray leather or scales, almost like shark skin. It is solid and sturdy. It has some kind of embossing. It is hard to make out due to the thing's color and texture. It's probably my imagination, but it feels like it's warm. The message buzzed through a few minutes later. But you saw something you shouldn't have, and you need to stop before your life is consumed. I think I need help. I just don't know what kind. Has anyone experienced anything like this before? I don't know what's going on. I don't think the message is finished yet. Please respond if you know anything. I appreciate the responses, both public and private. Some helpful insight and suggestions. I've considered trying to text back. I didn't at first, out of concern. It was a phishing scam. Later, because I was honestly scared. I wanted to ignore it, hoping it would go away. Worried it might provoke a reaction. It is good advice. I will try. My wife is taking our son to her parents tomorrow. I'll wait and try it when I am alone, just in case. I do know I am not imagining the text, though. Both my wife and a guy I am friends with at work read them too. I haven't shown them the coin yet. I don't know. Anyway, thank you again. I'll post an update in the next few days. My son is gone. I don't know how else to say it or how else to start this. I don't know what the point of any of this is at this point. I also feel like this is the only place I can really talk and not sound crazy, even if it's just because everyone here thinks it's just a story I am telling when I say he is gone. My beautiful, smart, funny boy, Nathan. That is what I mean. Not kidnapped, not run off, not missing. As far as I can tell, he has been obliterated from this world entirely. After my first post the other day, I took to heart some advice I received and decided I would try responding to the text messages. I was going to wait until Thursday because I knew my wife and son would be leaving to spend a few days with their parents. Not because of all of this, you understand. Just a visit that's been planned for the past few months. The trip is 5 hours to another state. It doesn't happen often. I saw no reason for them not to go this time, especially when no strangeness had seemed to touch them yet. I was about to do something that might provoke some unknown response. Yesterday morning I woke up at 6:30, thinking I'd get up early and have breakfast with them before I went to work, as they would have already left before I got home that night. I wouldn't see them until Sunday. When I stepped out of our bedroom, I saw Nathan's door closed. This was strange, because we never closed that door so that we could hear him and keep a better eye on him. I figured he'd just shut it and was either playing or still asleep. I knocked, then opened the door. It wasn't his room. It was the same room, with no sign of Nathan in it. Where his bed had been, there was an elliptical machine with clothes hanging off of it. Instead of a collection of army men and tanks on the floor, there were boxes of books and an old television. The room was not full. There was no sign of recent movement of objects to or from the room. I even thought and looked at the walls for thumbtack holes where Nathan's posters had been hung. The walls were unmarked, covered with old faded paint. You need to understand that 2 weeks ago, I would have left the room immediately, assuming I had made a mistake or was going crazy. I would have sought the right room, or some kind of help. Now I am already fearful I am going insane, or that something large and terrible is coming for me. I take more care to look and consider to see if reality is consistent with what I am perceiving. It was only after I went through the room thoroughly and found no sign of my boy that I checked the others. It was only after I searched everywhere upstairs that I began looking for my wife. It seems odd to me in retrospect that I didn't think she would be gone too. Maybe I had some dim animal sense of her presence in the house, or maybe I was just too overwhelmed to process any more at the moment. In any case, there she was, eating a bowl of cereal at the bar that divides our kitchen and living room. She gave me a sleepy smile at first. It quickly faded as she saw my expression and heard what I was saying. I said, "Obo?" "Here is Nathan," she replied. "Womo-u, Nathan." I tried to keep my voice even. I could hear my fear and rage creeping in. I said, "Nathan, our son, where is he? What happened to his room? Why are you looking confused?" I swear she looked genuinely concerned as she stood up and came towards me. She said, "Honey, you need to calm down. I think you had another weird dream, one where we had a child, I guess. We don't have any children, at least not yet." I was already shaking my head as she spoke. I said, No, you are lying. You are under someone's control. We have a child. His name is Nathan. He's going to be 5 in June. I started crying at that point. When she reached out to hold me, I didn't pull away. We kept talking for the next couple of hours, during which she showed me photo albums, social media, and emails that all either contained no trace of Nathan or actual references to us not having kids yet. I agreed to go to a psychologist immediately. My wife began making calls. The quickest I could be seen on a non-emergency basis was this coming Monday. I got her to agree that making this an emergency was jumping the gun, especially with what it could do to my career or bar license. She said, "Man, I need to go into town in the afternoon." I told her, "Go, I am okay. It's probably just stress and bad dream." In truth, I needed her to go so I had time for what I needed to do. It may be that I am crazy. I just like to be sure before I commit to that path. If I got medicated or worse committed, it may be too late. She leaves me waving, assuring her I'll stay right there. 10 minutes later, I am in my car. I'd like to say that I lied to her to protect her. That is true. It isn't the whole truth. I also didn't trust her entirely. I wanted to verify Nathan's existence without her. I headed to his school. I talked first to his teacher, then the administration. I did it in that order intentionally, because I know I'll never get to talk to the teacher if I've already been asking strange questions at the office. I tried to ask my questions calmly, with some subtlety. That's hard to pull off when you are asking about a child that has either been erased or never existed. The teacher said Nathan was never at this school. The administration said, "We don't have any record of Nathan." They also acted like they didn't even know me when I have memories of going to the open house, 2 conferences, and the Christmas program. I sat out in my car afterward for a few minutes crying, trying to reconcile what I knew and felt with the world I'd woken up in. I was close to giving up and going home before I was missed when something occurred to me. I knew that teacher aside from matters related to Nathan. I'd never been to that school or met that teacher, yet I knew her name, her face, where her room was, and what it looked like. Whatever was happening, it really was happening, or I was so far gone that I was lying to myself, creating facts as needed to sustain the delusion. In either case, I made the decision to pursue it further. I texted my wife, apologizing for leaving, telling her not to worry, that I'll be back the following day. I have a long trip ahead of me. Nathan was born in the same county my wife is from, the same place I thought they would be heading to today to visit his grandparents. I had already rejected trying to confirm his existence with my wife's parents. For several reasons, I did want to check the birth records at the county probate court. It was one of the few official ways of verifying a young child's existence. My hope was that if there was some kind of manipulation going on, maybe it wouldn't go that wide or deep. Yes, I know I sound paranoid and insane at this point. I will more so later on. After sending my wife a long text, I finally sent a text to the unknown number. Oh, what happened to my son? I probably typed and erased 10 different messages before settling on that one. Not too vague or specific, not overly emotional or confrontational. I waited for 10 minutes for a response. None came. Setting the phone down, I headed out. There was no way I would make it to the probate court before it closed for the day. I drove slowly, using the time to think. At one point, I stopped and got something to eat at a fast food place, going inside just to get out of the car for a little while. I sat inside after forcing myself to eat a few bites of a burger that I didn't want when an idea hit me. I had brought that strange coin with me. I didn't really remember picking it up. I was in a frenzied rush when I left the house. I went back up to the condiment bar in the restaurant, got 5 packs of sugar, emptying them on the table, spreading them in a thick, even circle, a little bigger than the coin. My idea was that I could try pressing the coin into the sugar to see if I could tell anything from the imprint it left behind. I did it on both sides. On one side, there were strange shapes, what might be words along the edges. They were faint, nothing I recognized. On the other side, it seemed like there was a picture of something, possibly a whale. I tried to take pictures with my phone. The flash washed it out. No flash was too dark. I gave up and went on the road again by 10:30. I was close to the area and was going to look for a place to park for the night, having found the idea of getting a room with my card somewhat terrifying, as though someone would find me and capture me in my sleep. I had already gotten money out of the ATM before heading out that afternoon. It needed to last me a while for food and gas. Speaking of gas, I needed some. I'd been so preoccupied that I'd let it get down to the fuel light. The only gas station within the next 30 miles was lit up but closed. The sign on the door said, "In a back by midnight." While I had no guarantee it was true, my stupidity had left me with few other options. I sat and waited. The attendant did come back a few minutes before midnight, as promised. Something else happened before she got there. I'd gotten out of the car a second time to stretch my legs and wake myself up, pacing the lit parking lot of the gas station, peering out into the surrounding dark. In the distance, I could see the dim, shadowy shape of a couple of houses, partially lit by 3 amber streetlights that seemed to have been haphazardly placed to poorly light this spot of the road. Everything was so still and quiet. It felt like I was the only thing living in some dead or frozen world. Then I saw movement in the distance. It was at the edge of the pool of light thrown down by the farthest street light, dipping in and out of the dark. I couldn't see much. My first thought was that it was a large plastic bag of some sort, being blown by the wind, except it didn't move right. There was no wind. I would just catch glimpses of it, light, dark, shiny, rippling several feet above the ground, bobbing like an obscene balloon tugged by an invisible child. I ran back to my car, locked myself inside, and was ready to leave, gas or no gas. When I looked again, it was gone. When the girl came and unlocked the door, I thrust $40 at her and pumped the gas as quickly as possible, getting back out on the road too fast while maintaining control of the wheel. I didn't stop until I reached the courthouse. I parked nearby for the night. My plan had been to sleep in the car. There was no sleep to be had at this point. I kept watching for that shape, recording this. If I am able, I will post this today, which is Friday. This has become a journal of sorts for me. I still hold out hope it may lead to help. At least it will be a record if nothing else. I've had a lot happen in the past few days. I am currently using the Wi-Fi in the lobby of a motel I stayed at last night. I've been aimlessly wandering since Saturday, never staying at the same place more than one night. I think that's over. It's not accomplishing anything. I am very tired. I looked back at what I had posted last. It was all accurate, The last few days have made me feel sure that I am either so insane that I am likely in a padded room right now, rocking in my own piss, dreaming all this up, including recording this for all of you, or it's real. If it is real, I think T here is a very good chance that I am in hell, in which case would that make it real, or just an imagined torment? I don't know. I find the semantics of it pretty funny at this point. Peg to the story, right? Got to tell the story. I do feel compelled. When I am getting it out, I feel more at peace than any other time. Like I am lancing a boil. Enough of my whining, on with it. I went back into the probate court that afternoon. I met with Miss Harper, who was pleasant and helpful enough, though she had no real help to give. She said, the paper records were all transferred into our database back in 2002. This, of course, covered Nathan, who was born in 2013. No sign of him. I tried every search parameter. No luck. So then I started asking about doing a search of the physical records. Even when they put those records into the computer system, they have to keep the originals of vital records in most states. The woman was again as helpful as she could be. She said, "You are in luck, because we have records going back to 1982 in the courthouse, though we come out to transfer everything up to 2015 to an off-site storage facility in the next few weeks to make more room. After that, paper copies from the originals would take a written request and a few days turnaround. Today is your lucky day." She led me into a cavernous room filled with deed books and land plats, which made me realize I'd never even called into work the day before or today. Pushing the thought aside, I followed her through another door to a smaller, more densely packed room full of file cabinets. She showed me how the filing system worked, and offered to help further. I told her, I can work on it myself. I planned to be thorough. I made up a more elaborate story that I was doing genealogical research, and Nathan was a distant cousin. This made it easier to explain that I would need some time to look through records for not only him, but any other lost relatives. In truth, I just wanted to be alone with the records to make sure it was not misfiled if I didn't find his birth certificate right away. Miss Harper nodded cheerfully and meandered away, heading to a nearby break room where another woman was apparently eating some variety of office birthday cake. I began searching. It took little time to see it wasn't there. No sign it ever had been. I expanded my search to the entire drawer, then the 2 drawers before. After going through each certificate individually, it was monotonous. As I searched, I began picking up on pieces of the conversation between Harper and the cake lady. They were talking about the funeral Harper had been to that morning. It was for a man who had run a local barber shop for a number of years. A man whom Miss Harper clearly thought a lot of, and had even dated briefly when they were both just out of high school. There was some wistful talk of him being kind and handsome. What caught my attention was their tone of voice as they spoke. It carried not just sadness or regret, but a thick chord of fear. At first I didn't understand, as it was incongruous with what they were saying. Then they started discussing how he died. The man had been found out behind his barber shop one morning, having apparently been attacked the night before. No one knew what had attacked him. His entire head was riddled with tiny holes, face, scalp, even under his jaw. The cake woman, whose brother was apparently the local coroner, said, but they were like teeth marks, long needle teeth, from all angles, from nothing he had ever seen. The damage done had been extensive. His head had been crushed and punctured severely. This last part had not been discussed publicly. While the injuries would have killed him, he had actually died fairly slowly from suffocation, possibly while still being bitten. At that time, the woman looked out at me. I realized I had stopped sneaking glances and was just staring at them. I smiled and nodded, pretending to go back to my search. After whispering to each other for a moment, they headed back up to the front. After they were gone, I pushed the story from my mind and headed back into the drawers. After an hour, I gave up on finding Nathan. I wanted to cry. I felt too hollowed out and tired to actually do it. Turning to head back up to the front and away from the courthouse, I had a thought. My wife was born in this county too, back in 1984. I didn't know why I felt like I needed to check her too, until I did. There was no birth certificate for her either. I searched the entire drawer, a new wellspring of panic rising in my chest, trying to catch my breath. I pulled out my phone first. I checked my text messages. She had sent me 3 the day before, asking me to come home each time. I had sent a text back just saying I was okay and I would see her when I got back. Since then, nothing. I'd assumed she had just given up for the moment. Now, I wasn't sure. I called her cell phone 3 times and the home phone twice. There was no answer. They just rang. I almost ran from the place, but got control of myself and waited long enough to ask Miss Harper to run a computer check for my wife's life before I left. Again, nothing. I already felt myself growing numb, thanking her. I left the office. The trip back home was uneventful. I honestly don't remember most of it. My head is in a dull fog. I felt like I was waiting to read the report saying I had terminal cancer after the doctor had already given me the bad news. My wife was gone. Anything further was just going to be confirmation. I pulled up at the house and felt a real lack of surprise that there was no sign of my wife's car. My key worked. The house was still mine, apparently. There was no sign of my family or their belongings. I checked the house thoroughly, more out of some need for completeness than out of any real hope. Found nothing. 2 hours later, exhausted in every sense, I passed out on the sofa. I found myself in another one of those too real dreams. I was walking down a dark alleyway in some unknown rain-soaked city, my face cold as the wind whipped past me, bringing with it the spicy scent of old decay. I was headed towards the bright spot in the alley, a neon sign hanging above a door that appeared to belong to some kind of bar or club. There was a bouncer at the door, a thick-necked man with a collapsible baton held casually in his meaty left hand. Without thinking about it, I pulled a coin from my pocket, holding it in my palm for him to see. It was the strange coin I had found, or its twin. In the dream, I saw and felt it pulse and shift on my palm slightly, though my dream self did not scream or throw it away. After a moment of studying it, the bouncer nodded and let me pass through the door. I woke up suddenly at that point. I saw it was still dark. My phone had gone dead. After charging it for a few minutes, it told me it was actually Saturday night, around 9 p.m. I slept for over 20 hours. There were no missed calls or texts, no signs of anyone coming in while I was out. I was alone. I took a shower hoping it might clear my head, tired of my growing old sweat stink. I was still numb. I could tell that I hadn't eaten in over a day, so I microwaved some soup and sipped on it as I looked out the French doors that went to our back patio and the yard beyond. I stood there staring for a few moments before I saw the thing floating there. It was the same thing I had seen at the gas station, or something like it. There was very little moonlight that night. We have a security pole light that illuminates the backyard very well. I could see the thing coming toward me slowly, still 30 yards out, slowly undulating back and forth as it lazily crossed the distance. I've thought a lot about how to describe this thing. I still don't know. In some ways, it reminds me of a giant pale jellyfish. In other ways, it looks like a semi-opaque dry cleaning bag given obscene life. If it has a head, it is the roundish mass that moves it forward, a ball of pale, largely translucent flesh that floats in the air. At the center of this mound is a writhing ball of darkness. It reminded me of pictures I'd seen of a ball of snakes mating. If this thing has a center, a nucleus, a face, this cancerous core is it. That is not the entirety of it. Trailing back from it, partially hanging, partially floating by some unknown suspension, are more long strands of the same pale, glistening meat, like a comet's tail. It slowly follows behind the mound, shifting on unknown currents as smaller strands occasionally dart out as though tasting the air. I stared at it for at least 10 seconds before I was able to move. I found myself wondering if it might be filled with long needle teeth. Then I ran. It was moving extremely slowly towards the house. I took half a minute to put on shoes, grab my wallet, phone, keys, and get my jacket from where I had dropped it when I came home the day before. Then I was out the door in my car, heading away. I looked in my rearview mirror. I never saw it follow. That was 5 days ago. I've been running ever since, motel to motel, having given up any pretense of not using cards or worrying about being tracked, just trying to stay away from whatever that thing was, whatever it might want. I called my job once. They said, we don't know who you are, yet my card still worked. All my online accounts, everything that does not rely on people seems to be purring along just fine. I've been largely on autopilot these past few days. That changed last night. I saw it again outside my motel, only for a moment. It didn't come close. I knew that it knew I was there just the same. So I give up. I am going home. It'll either get me or it won't. Or maybe I'll go ahead and kill myself if I can get up the stomach to do it. Actually, it'll probably depend on how scared I get because, despite everything, despite feeling utterly used and hollowed out, I am still terrified. This will probably be my last entry. If I survive somehow, I'll post again. If I don't, well, you'll know. Thanks for listening to all this. I feel so alone now. It means so much to be able to talk about this, even in such a strange format, even if it amounts to screaming out into the dark. Thank you. By the time I got home Thursday evening, I had decided I wanted the thing to come. Whether I wanted it to come back to finish me, or so I could attempt to kill it, would change moment to moment. The idea of fighting back had built slowly throughout the day and remained a constant. I was tired of being a victim to whatever this all was, of having things taken away from me. Thoughts of suicide faded more and more, in no small part due to the words of encouragement I've received here while I was still resigned to the fate that I was likely going to die. I decided I still had a little more will to try and resist what was left in me. Of course, nothing happened that night. When I arrived home, I checked the house again thoroughly. It has been untouched since my last visit. No sign of my family or their belongings now. Beyond the initial shock of all that had happened and slightly better rested, I had more time to study the pattern left behind by their erasure. Not only were all their belongings gone, but there were other things gone or different too. My son had done a handprint in clay back in October for a school project. He had given it to me. Since then, it had been displayed in the kitchen up against the backsplash on a small stand meant for a photo or baseball card or something. It and the stand were gone. I had a long waxed raincoat that my wife had given me 2 years ago. Very expensive and nice, though I rarely actually wore it. I checked our coat closet. It was gone as well. Even things like furnishings were different. If it was something I had bought or we bought together, it was still there. Other pieces of furniture or hangings that she had bought alone or had before we were together were either absent or replaced by something unfamiliar to me, as though to fill the hole left by the other object's absence. My bank account was another strange anomaly. As I had previously mentioned, my job apparently no longer exists. I have no indication of some other job that had taken its place. No business card, no strange contacts in my phone, etc. So I looked on my account to see how much money was left and where it was coming from. I had plenty of money in there, more than I usually do in fact. When I looked at the deposits, it showed a direct deposit of close to $7,000 once a month for as far back as records go online. The name attributed to the deposits was just a sequence of letters, numbers, and symbols which, if they have some meaning, don't mean anything to me, could well be random. I considered calling the bank the next day to try to learn more about my benefactor. Just the idea of it seems exhausting. I am ready to be done with all of this. So I set aside my phone, picked up the softball bat I had recovered earlier in the same closet that was now missing my fancy, rarely worn raincoat, and went to the backyard. For the next hour, I roamed around outside, calling out to the terrible thing that is haunting me, demanding that it confront me. I could feel some ever-shifting mixture of fear, anger, and despair coating my tongue and my words. By the end, I was more begging and pleading than anything else. Nothing came. It'll come in its own time. I went back in, ate something, then went to sleep. I can't bear to sleep in our bed, or even stay in our bedroom for any length of time. It's too sharp a reminder of my wife's absence or non-existence. So I sat up on the sofa again downstairs. Before long, I am deep asleep. I had long, strange dreams that night. While they bore the same texture of realness as the other dreams since the text had begun, I don't remember any details of them. What I remember instead is the sudden sharp pain in my right hand that woke me. I tried to sit up in shock. My hand was immobile down near the floor. The result was a protesting flare of pain in my shoulder as I spun and fell off the sofa onto the carpet. I caught myself on all fours, my gaze at a good level to see what was eating my right hand. It was another of those things. I don't know what to call them. This one was much smaller. The small, glistening bulk of its body was spread across my hand like a glove or mitten, up to just past my wrist. At the time, I was in such pain and terror that very little cohesive thought was occurring. Bear with me, as much of my description is based upon restructuring these events upon reflection. The dark ball of snake mass I had seen on the larger one was here too, spread out over my hand like an inner layer to the thing that was trying to consume me. Looking at it now, I guess that's where all the teeth come from. There were so many teeth needles boring down into my flesh, plucking at my tendons, scraping at my bones. As bad as that was, the overwhelming sense of pressure was somehow worse, though the creature was competing with itself as to what method would destroy my hand first. When I looked at it for the first time, I swear it paused and considered me, though it had no eyes or face I could see. Then it went back to work. I began to scream. I couldn't move my hand because it had wrapped parts of itself securely to one of the legs of the sofa. My first attempts at pulling free just caused fresh pain with no progress. I looked around for a weapon and saw none within reach. I did notice where I had left the strange leathery coin on the coffee table, however. The coin had burst open from the inside while I slept. Apparently, this thing had been inside the entire time. That information wouldn't help me now. I needed to kill it. My hand was beginning to go numb. I knew I had little time left to save it, if it could be saved at all. Straining with the effort, I partially stood and began moving towards the kitchen because, while the thing couldn't be dislodged from the sofa wasn't attached to anything. As I began pulling it and the sofa along slowly, it bit down and crushed my hand more. I felt sure it would just burst, leaving me with a bloody, ragged stump. I kept pulling, my screams having died out in my concentration and effort. I made it across the living room, then into the edge of the kitchen. I thought about the knife. I was afraid I would just hurt my hand or it would just dislodge and crawl up the knife to my left hand before I could drop it. I began pulling out drawers and found an old trigger lighter that I sometimes used on the grill outside, saying a frantic prayer. I pulled the trigger. Nothing. Again, a small flame appeared at the end of the lighter. I held it tighter and stuck the flame to the creature's flesh. Dark gray smoke began trailing up from the side of the flame. There was a terrible smell that made me gag. That was all. No reaction from the creature at all. The pain was fading away now. That somehow made me more afraid, not less. I cast my eyes around for some new weapon and saw nothing other than a small cow salt shaker that must have been one of the replacement objects because I had never seen it before. I suddenly thought of garden slugs. Having no other ready options, I picked up the shaker, turned it over, and salt poured out. This time, the reaction was immediate. The milky flesh turned black where the salt landed, seeming to stick and burn the creature as it began trying to release my hand. I put my right foot down on it to hold it in place as I shook out more, rubbing my hand along the floor to catch salt crystals that missed their mark. Initially, the creature gave a violent shudder, then went still aside from the continued withering of its flesh. I slid my hand free from its carcass and continued to shake salt with the other, until it had melted into a small black wad of flesh that began to crack and crumble into flakes before my eyes. I sat staring at the remnants of the monster for what seemed like 5 minutes, making sure it did not somehow reconstruct itself, before turning to look at the hand I was holding cradled in my lap. There was no blood or leaking fluid of any kind. Instead, my hand looked slightly swollen and otherwise normal aside from the hundreds of small holes that now adorned nearly every millimeter of my flesh. Even the skin on the sides of my fingers had holes, as well as multiple holes through each fingernail. In places where I could clearly see veins, there were holes there as well. Still, no sign of blood, no pain, no feeling at all, actually. My hand just flopped limply on its wrist, without even a tingle or some phantom sensation. Trying to decide the best course of action, I looked at my phone and realized it was 2 a.m. On Saturday morning, I had been asleep for close to 30 hours. I considered going to the emergency room for a moment, but hesitated. I knew in the state I was in, I would likely seem strange at best, and totally insane at worst. For the moment, I seemed okay physically, unless it had injected me with some poison which a hospital likely couldn't help anyway. Ultimately, I decided to just go to the doctor the next day, unless things got worse, while I slept no more that night. My hand stayed the same. Nothing else happened this morning. I went to the doctor, since it was Saturday. I wound up having to go to an emergency wound clinic across town instead of my normal doctor. If I have a normal doctor anymore, apparently my insurance card still works. Within half an hour, I was back in a room getting examined. The doctor on call was a pleasant young woman who seemed very knowledgeable. She was also very curious about how the injury occurred. Rather than try to make up some elaborate lie that would probably seem implausible, I just told her that I didn't know, that I woke up outside my house and my hand was just like that. This led her to check to see if I had some head injury or blood pressure spike that had caused me to pass out. Ultimately, she couldn't say much beyond that it appeared I had severe nerve damage, which she called neuritis based on my clinical signs and the wounds I had. She took x-rays. She saw a small fracture in my ring finger that she splinted. She said, anything more in depth would need to be done at a hospital. I told her, I don't think I need a hospital. I'd follow up with my doctor soon. She protested, saying, such a strange and severe injury should be checked more thoroughly than I can accomplish at the clinic right away. I thanked her and left. I drove home, trying to avoid looking at my right hand, both because it looked disgusting and because it was a constant reminder of the night before. When I got inside, I wrapped it in a bandage, not because it needed it, but just to avoid looking at the pockmarked skin. My goal had been to stay away most of the day, monitoring my hand and watching out for another attack, in spite of myself. By noon, I had fallen into a deep, dreamless sleep. When I awoke, my nose was assaulted by a terrible rotten stench. I immediately looked at my bandaged hand. which was soggy and laden with some brownish-green bile, stifling a retch. I ran to the kitchen sink, pulled off the wrappings, and ran my hand under the water. There, I saw there was no sign of anything oozing from my hand. It was as though the holes had been turned on like some filthy faucet and then turned back off again. I washed my hand several times, then dried it carefully, feeling new panic and sadness at the wrongness of it dangling at the end of my arm like such dead meat. I felt tears coming to my eyes. I moved back to the living room, noticing the pen and paper on the ground for the first time. It was an old legal notepad that seemed vaguely familiar. I couldn't recall from where or when. Sitting nearby was a ballpoint pen of the type we kept around the house to make notes or write checks. Both had light, drying smudges of the same ooze that had been seeping through my bandages. The pad had writing on it. I recognized my handwriting. I am right-handed. Based on that and the smudges, I feel sure I wrote these words with my dead hand while I slept. I don't know what it means. What the notepad said was this: the magpie song. To hear is a flock of magpies around me. Around me they soar as high as you see. You see they took my eyes, but were fairly paid for. I rest in their eyes as even trade, spanning the land and the sea. The sea. Here is a flock of blackbirds in flight. They move to and fro every night. They took my ears, beak sharp and wry, but it favors me with each sobbing cry, found in the spaces away from the light. To hear is a flock of crows crying loud. They cast shadows great as clouds, a shroud. They took my tongue and stole my voice. By then I was strong. They had no choice. It's with their pink darts I taste the tears. To hear is a sky full of rooks, and it's me. See the remains in the field. I used to be, but now I move free, still young and hungry, still reaching out into the void. I see you shining there, your spirit, unaware. As I finished reading it, my phone buzzed. It was a text message. It said, "You saw something you shouldn't have, but now you will see and tell much, much more. I will plan for this to be my final entry, at least for now. If I post further, it will be due to some major change or update, or if I have some new writing I need to share. God help me. I don't know if telling such things is a good thing or not. I need time to think. Thank you all for your support. I hope this post finds you well. I've started dreaming again since my hand was attacked. I sleep more and more. At first, I would sleep for abnormally long periods. It would be offset by long periods of wakefulness. Over time, that is changing. I am losing more and more time. The only potentially positive side effect of this is that I am dreaming again. I feel these dreams are key to something. I don't remember much of them, just spending time in a world that is similar to ours, but very different at the same time. As I walk there, I see cities, people, and the features of a modern world. I see dark and strange things too. I remember the alley bar from my earlier dream. I think my dream self visits there often. It's an odd and lively place with trappings of this mysterious other place all around. Symbols on the doors, strange mutterings from a group hunched at a corner table. Music that sounds like something that would be playing at a cat diner in hell. In the end, a bar is a bar. Here I can tell people I know me. Most seem to respect or fear me, even though I am wholly ignorant as to why it feels real. Compared to my waking life recently, it feels good. I set up at the bar, order a drink from the short, grinning bartender who approaches, and decide to make the most of this profoundly lucid dream. That's when the good-natured buzz of the crowd died. Sensing as much as hearing it, I turned to see an older man entering the bar. He was unremarkable at first, well-dressed but not flashy, nodding to people as he entered, saying very little as he threaded his way to a booth in the corner. Yet, I felt the room tense as he moved through it. I tried to discreetly study him, for the reason why. It wasn't until he was moving out of my field of vision that I saw it. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see something much like the head that had attacked my hand floating behind him, its tendrils wrapping tightly around his limbs and head. I had to fight to keep from crying out, slowly turning back to my drink, trying to breathe. The thing was much larger than the creature that attacked me, or even the one I had seen in my backyard. Rather than being largely translucent and flowing, it was a dark, smoky gray, with sharper edges at irregular intervals along the flesh of its bulbous core. Thinking about it now, I think those might have been more teeth from its dark center, grown so long they pierced its own skull. I sat paralyzed for several moments, analyzing the glimpse I had and trying to decide what to do next. That's when I woke up. For the first time in days, I wanted to go back to sleep to try and see more. Right or wrong, I've grown to feel that my dream place is as or more real than this life. That some part of myself is fighting to show it to me, rather than having me decay in some dreamless slumber's-ache, was gone for the moment. I checked my phone and saw it had nearly been 26 hours since I was last awake. The strangest thing about my increasingly odd life is that there are no real rough edges. As I've mentioned before, I have money deposited in my account from some unknown source. Everyone I knew has either been erased or doesn't know me anymore. I still eat and drink, even if I sleep a whole day. I never see signs of soiling myself or being overly hungry or dehydrated when I wake up. I feel like everything has been pruned away, so I can primarily sleep and sometimes write these strange things with my corrupted hand. I worry there will come a time when I don't wake up at all, so I went out. I go to the store, trying to avoid the strange looks my gloved hand receives. It would be easier if not for the mild distaste I see when people encounter me, like they smell something rotten even before they see my hand, even when I know it's clean. I dress largely the same. I am not poorly groomed, yet I feel like some dirty vagrant who is unwelcome. As I push a shopping cart down the aisle, I don't even think they know they're doing it. It's like some deep animal part of them knows I am wrong now. I go to the park sometimes. That's better, especially when it's empty. I figured out that I can stave off sleep for a while by staying in a public place. I think the dead hand doesn't want me passing out in public. If I stay too long, my normally limp hand will begin to throb painfully with increasing urgency until I go home and go back to sleep. I feel like a prisoner. I haven't given up. I am trying to find any connection between what has happened to me and the writings my hand produces. So far, what I've managed to learn is that there is a Tattersall Security, some low-profile outlet that does mainly government contracts. That might be a connection with Ephraim Ritter, based on some forum discussions I found. There has been a strange increase in the amount of door graffiti in certain parts of the southern and central U.S. Out of the few photo examples I found online, several looked like what was described in BIT. It's not a window, it's a door. Finally, I haven't found another writing yet, or at least not a narrative. 2 days ago, I did find something I had done. The hand had done while I was asleep. It was a drawing of a cave, or that's what it seemed to be at least. Below it was just one word, it a mystery. I don't know what any of this means yet, or if I ever will. I will keep trying. I wanted to update you on things during the brief window of wakefulness I have. If I can, I will write again. I hope this finds you well. Something hides under the bridge, down here. Those were the words my friend whispered to me that night, and though a year has passed, they still fester in my mind, shapeless and meandering like a blinding fog. When I entered his house, the lights at the front were off. Outside, the weather was still, the air thick and muggy as if waiting for a breath. It seemed as though the summer had been building towards that evening. Stifled, sweat-drenched, sleepless nights one after the other. We just needed a little rain to clear the air. Forecasters warned us that we were in for a lot worse than that. But they had been wrong so often that many in our little suburb of Richmond, Virginia, did not listen. I was one of them. I had received a phone call from Emma an hour earlier. It had been a while since we had spoken, a couple of years in fact, when I answered the call. There was a momentary silence before she spoke. Her words trembled with nervousness. I put this down to anxiety. She probably thought I would yell at her, considering everything that had happened before, but now I know there was much more to it than that. After a brief exchange of reluctant pleasantries, we finally got down to the root of the phone cog. "James," her voice said quietly, "but Ryan needs you." Those were the last words I expected her to say. 2 years previous, I had cut both of them out of my life. Emma and I had been in a relationship, albeit in its early stages, but I cared for her deeply. Ryan was a close friend. I need not tell you of what went on between them. It was too painful then. It still is now. Why would Ryan need me? I asked, feeling the old resentment, the festering betrayal still burning a poisoned hole somewhere in the back of my mind. A slight crackle of interference hummed over the line. "Here and seek," she replied. "We broke up a few weeks ago and he won't get help. I've tried to get through to him, his parents too, but he won't listen to any of us. And you think he'd listen to me? What makes you think I do want to help him anyway? Please, Jane," she begged, "put everything aside for a minute. If you can't do it for Ryan, do it for his parent." Emma was right. Ryan's parents had always been good to me when I was growing up. My own parents were pretty cold, but Ryan had always welcomed me into their home with open arms, like a surrogate son. At first, I was sure what help I could be, but from what Emma told me, Ryan had been suffering from delusions and refused to seek medical help. It shouldn't have come as a surprise to me. Ryan had been diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia several years previous. It had been a tough time for everyone who knew him. After spending nearly a year in a psychiatric ward, he was released back into the community. Everyone rallied around him, and in time, with medication, therapy, and support, his symptoms became manageable. As long as he stayed away from booze and drugs, it looked like he'd be able to live a normal life. Things had obviously changed since then. Emma sounded desperate, and when she finally told me that she had split up with Ryan a few weeks earlier, that softened the blow to a degree. If Ryan didn't have her, then at least he could not hold that over me. I am ashamed to admit it, but where love is involved, pettiness seeps through the marrow. It gets into your bones. As it turned out, Emma had tried to phone Ryan earlier that night and check in on him. Although they were no longer an item, she still wanted to make sure that he was okay while his family was out of town. She had promised Ryan's parents that she would check in on him a couple of times while they were away on an important business trip. When she knocked on his front door, Ryan refused to let her in, his voice sounding manic and confused. "I'm afraid he's going to kill himself," Emma said, the pain in her voice evident. The fact that she still cared so much for him stuck in my throat like a jagged lump of ice, and yet I was unable to resist the pain in her voice. She was asking me for help, and there was satisfaction in that, not something I am proud of, but there nonetheless. Bolstered by this, and giving into what little affection I still had for Ryan, most of it from memories of us playing together as children, I did as Emma asked and headed over to his parenting house in Richmond West End. The big storm weather forecasters had predicted still had not hit. We were warned that when it did, we were likely to see 100 miles per hour winds, which would bring with it damaged roofs, falling trees, and power cuts. Driving for 10 minutes to Ryan House, I looked at the sky, which was a deep purple-red, with night about to fall. Above, the clouds moved swiftly like sea foam on a torrent, while down at ground level things were deathly quiet. Pulling up outside of Ryan family home, I got out of my car and was immediately struck by the smell of ozone in the air. I had always loved that smell, and the charged feeling only present before a storm, but in the back of mind, I knew I could not hang around for too long. Hopefully, I would get back to my own place in Church Hill before the storm hit. When I reached Ryan's front door, I expected to knock, but as I raised my hand, the door opened slowly. There, standing in the light of his hall, was my old friend. His dark hair was longer than I remembered, reaching down to his jawline, which was covered in stubble, and his eyes were red as if he had been up all night or crying, probably both. His unshaven face stared at me in disbelief for a moment, and before I could so much as muster a hello, Ryan reached out and wrapped both arms around me. He held me close and let out a short whimper as if overcome with emotion. The smell of tobacco and sweat from him was strong and sickening, and immediately those smells conjured up an image of Ryan, awake for several nights, smoking, pacing, and trying to figure out some horrid delusion. "It isn't so good to see you, Jane," he said, letting me go and ushering me inside. "I've missed you." Deep down inside, I still sheltered resentment towards him for stealing Emma from me, but seeing him in such a state of distress, I felt the older feelings of care and friendship returning to me, like blood flowing to a limb long gone to sleep, a tingle, then a surge of emotion. I had forgotten just how much I had missed Ryan, too. His parented home was a good size, a 4-bedroom townhouse in Richmond or in West End. Ryan's mother had made a tidy sum as a real estate agent, and so the street they lived on was one of the more affluent in the area. Since Ryan's breakdown, had he been living with his family, but they were away on a business trip for a few days. I suppose they needed to get on with their lives as much as anyone, and that had left Ryan to delve deeper into his delusions. I followed him down the hallway, and as I did so, I noticed that the cellar door was open slightly. A solitary light bulb glowed at the foot of a flight of stairs, burrowing under the house. As I peered down there, Ryan turned to me and reacted quickly to my curiosity. He reached across and pushed the cellar door shut, and as he did so, a draft caught the light bulb dangling below. It moved slowly like a pendulum, catching wooden beams and boxes, with its light spreading shadows momentarily before the door clicked shut. "How've you been, Ryan?" I asked, walking through the doorway into the living room, slumping into an armchair. He didn't answer me at first. He reached up with his hand and rubbed his forehead, pushing his long hair against his eyes as if in pain. "Emma phoned me," I said. That was enough to get his attention. He looked up at me as I sat across from him in a wicker chair which I knew was once his grandmother. We stared at each other across the tiny space between us. Outside, the clouds swirled and closed in, visible through a large window which looked down on a sloping hill towards the James River. "You know we broke up then?" Ryan didn't take his eyes off of me for 1 second, as if he were searching for a tell. Perhaps he was frightened that I was now entangled with her. "Yeah, I know," I answered, looking him straight in the eye. He scratched the stubble on his cheek. "Are you two a thing now?" I laughed. It was a ridiculous question. After everything she and Ryan had put me through, no we not, and we won't ever be. I'm here because I don't want your parents to come back from their trip to find you swinging from a rope." There was a silence between us. Ryan looked at me through thin strands of hair. "Emma thinks you're suicidal. Are you?" I took off my jacket, placing it next to me. I've the hesitation told all. "Christ, Ryan, what are you thinking?" I was getting agitated. I had hoped that I would come and see him and find that Emma claims were exaggerated, but his sullen expression, the fact he had not washed for days, and the look in his eyes, there was every chance I would have to phone an ambulance and let a psychiatric ward deal with him. "You don't understand, James. You can try me," I said. I moved to the edge of my seat, clasping my hands. "Ryan, I'm here to help you. Believe me, I would be here if I did have to be sighing." Ryan rubbed his eyes, as if to rid himself of tears or tiredness. "Perhaps both. Just promise me you'd stay away from Emma." I don't think I could cope, and I could. "You don't understand, James. I'm on the edge here. One push and I'm finished. I've no interest in her. She left me for you, Ryan. You're best done with her. We both are. Now, are you going to tell me what you've been happening? Or what? Have you been taking your medication?" A look fluttered across Ryan's face. Guilt? Shame? Helplessness? Take your pick. There your answer then. I was relieved that there was a solution. "Where are they?" "You need to start taking them to help you balance out. You know that. It not the medication, James." He now gazed across at me intently. "It in. You won't believe me." Something then tapped against the window. Ryan recoiled back in his chair, his eyes wide with fear. What is that? It was almost dark, and something outside was attracted to a lamp which sat next to the window. "It's just a moth or something, is it?" Ryan asked. "Well, yes," I assured him, as the indistinct shape now moved off. "What else would it be? Oh, God!" Ryan started whimpering. Bringing his hands up to his mouth, he stared at the rich red carpet at his feet and shuddered as if a great anxiety were trying to escape from inside. Seeing Ryan like that, I could not help but feel pity for him. The illness had robbed him of his mind in the past, and now it was threatening to do the same again. "Ryan, please, just tell me what am upsetting you. Maybe I can help." At first, he seemed unresponsive, but after fetching him a glass of water, he finally gave in to my requests, his only stipulation that I had to be open-minded about what he had to tell me. Sitting forward on the edge of his chair, the night now in full effect as the wind began to howl outside, Ryan told his tale. Everything was fine up until a few weeks ago. Things seemed great with Emma. My parents were really pleased because we were talking about getting a place together. I think Mom and Dad feel it in time I try and get back out on my own 2 feet. With Emma, anything seemed possible. I'm sorry, James. I know it not fair to go on about her to you. I just mean that I've been stable for a good while now, and I was ready to move on with my life. Every day I go for a long walk. It gets the endorphins going, helps my mood. The doctor says exercise is critical for mental health, and I really felt that. It had made a big difference. I go for a walk and listen to a podcast, Joe Rogan usually, or Lex Fridman. That walk is something I look forward to each and every day. But on that day, about 3 weeks ago, it was different. Edu just finished listening to something on my phone when I came to my usual spot, just next to the Carey Street Bridge in Shockoe Bottom. Now, normally, I walk back up past the elementary school and up towards home. But something caught my attention. I know it sounds weird, but I thought I could see smoke coming from the railway bridge, from the street on top. At least, I mean. Have you ever looked at a road on a hot day and you see that haze coming off of it? Well, it was like that, but there was a kind of black fuzziness to it, like some of it was transparent, and the rest not. I thought something was burning, so I walked across Carey Street and ended up standing at one end of the bridge. When I got closer, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. There was no traffic around at that time. But I swear to you, James, I saw this black haze in the middle of the road. There was no fire. It was just sitting there, on top of the road surface, about 3 feet high. Looking around, I was alone with it on the bridge. I started to walk towards it, and as I did, things got stranger. I could hear my footsteps, but they sounded sort of muddied, deeper, and stifled somehow. No echo or nothing like Iga walked into a small room. I looked up, and the sun blinded me for a second. It was brighter than before, but I swear, it was like I was looking at everything through water. You know how it bends light. Then the black haze, smoke, whatever it was, it started moving off to the side. It mounted the pavement and then reached the wall above the train tracks. It started moving. I swear to God, James, it started moving like a person or an animal or something like it had hands. It climbed over the wall and disappeared over the edge of the bridge. There was another silence. I guess that Ryan was waiting for me to react, but I didn't know what to say except, Ryan, you were hallucinating again. That's all it was. You need to take your medication. Ryan looked at me with pleading eyes. No, it wasn't a hallucination. I swear, it was real. And this is what had been on your mind. Ryan calmed for the moment and sank back into his story. As soon as it disappeared under the bridge, everything went back to normal, and I ran home in a panic. I thought just like you do now. I thought it was a hallucination, but, James, I was still taking my medication then. That made things worse. If Ryan's medication was wearing off, or he was relapsing, there was no telling how bad he would get. I had seen him at his worst years before. It took him and his family years to get over it. Ryan, I said, not sure what I was going to say next. Let me finish. I need to get this off my chest. I wish I'd been able to leave what I saw at the back of my mind, but over the next couple of days, I started to obsess about what I seen. I'm not doing a very good job of putting it into words, but I kept thinking about the haze coming off the ground and the black smoke inside. Worse, I couldn't stop thinking about how it climbed over the wall like it had arms. You went back? I asked, knowing the answer before he even asked the question. Something tapped against the window again. Ryan looked at the sheet of glass, his face drained of color. The outside world was now a deep, abyssal black. Orange streetlights from Richmond beyond the only reprieve. Sweat dripped from my friend's forehead, and his mouth began to tremble. Ryan looked standing up. I walked over to his side and pulled the tall lamp stand over to the glass. There, a large moth bumped against the glass, feverishly trying to reach the light. See, it's just a moth. Nothing to worry about. Can you be sure? Said Ryan, slumping back into his chair, looking exhausted. Moving back to my chair, I sat down, ready to continue the conversation. What happened when you went back to the bridge? I couldn't help myself. I had to see if it had just been all in my head. And what did you see? Nothing. I saw nothing. Well, there you go, Ryan. It was just a one-off incident. I'm sure once you take your Ryan cut me off, I saw nothing, but I heard something. The delusion had obviously taken full hold of my old friend, and I worried that it was becoming more likely, as the storm closed in, that I would have to phone an ambulance to have him committed or sectioned. What did you hear? I said, hoping that by talking through it, I could persuade him out of his obsession. I got to the bridge. It was raining, but not too heavy. There was nothing there, just a couple of parked cars, and someone walking with an umbrella on the other side of the street. Part of me was delighted that I couldn't see anything, but another part, it wanted to know more about that strange thing on the road. When I reached the section of wall where the thing had climbed over, I hesitated for a second. The wall was too high to peer straight over, but it was just above one of the arches where the train line runs through. I stood there for a moment, waiting, just as convinced myself that it was all in my mind. I felt that same strange, oppressive atmosphere, like the sounds of the world had been deadened. Then I heard a voice. It came from under the bridge, and said in a horrid whisper, "Down here." I was terrified. I canned furry and a very slow and scary tone, but I felt a strange compulsion to do just as it said, or asked. I'm not sure if it was a command or a request. "Down here." What did it mean? Was it telling me there was something under the bridge which I had to see? Or was it whispering that phrase for some other purpose? I struggled against the urge to follow, knowing that to give in to a hallucination would be such a huge step back for me. It would jeopardize my state of mind, letting the illness back in. So I came home. But with each step towards my mom and daddered house, the thought that it was not a hallucination tugged at me. That I witnessed and heard something incredible. Those thoughts would leave me, and so by the next day, I knew that I have to return. I have to find out what it was without facing it, without putting myself in danger. I hoped that I would find nothing, and so then I could be sure that it was all in my head. Rain now joined the wind outside, tapping the glass furiously like 1,000 unseen fingertips. Looks like that storm has arrived. My heart sank a little. I had hoped to avoid driving home in it, especially given the weather warnings. I knew I would have to leave soon, but I was gripped by Ryan's account of his hallucination, and wanted to be sure that he would not do anything silly once I had left. Just a little longer, I thought. Ryan looked out at the water dripping down the outside of the glass. "You should go, James, before this gets worse." "It okay, Ryan. Please, at least tell me the rest of your story, and then we can chat about how to get you back on the right track." I went back to the bridge the following day, but this time I took a camera with me, my DSLR. I wanted to see if I could capture an image of whatever that thing was, so I waited until about 2 in the afternoon. The place is always quiet at that time, no school kids running around on their lunch break, and no one else coming and going from their work. I got to the bridge and trailed off for a moment, turning his attention to the window, where the rain now lashed against the house outside. There was a look on his face, just a flicker, as if he thought he saw something, before shaking his head slightly and whispering a few words to himself. I never heard what it was, but it had all the hallmarks of someone reassuring themselves that all was well with the world, even though trouble clearly brewed. Composing himself, he continued. At first, I stood where the thing had climbed over the wall, just waiting to see if anything was said, but all I heard was a train moving underneath and stopping at the Shockoe Bottom station before heading off to Richmond Main Street station. So I walked down the station stairs and took a couple of shots of the stone arches from about halfway down. I'd never been afraid of that place before. We used to play around there as kids, remember? I mean, Shockoe Bottom station can be a little isolated, but apart from that. In fact, Edu always enjoyed getting the train from there on my way home from downtown. But something was different about it. Looking at the stone arches, I could see where the trains passed under the bridge, but I realized then that that was not where the haze would have hidden. On the embankment directly beneath that part of the wall was another half arch, which was covered by overgrown thorn bushes. There ain't no train line through there, you know what I'm talking about. We climbed down there a couple of times when we were kids, remember? I laughed. That was something I had long forgotten about, but it was true. We had climbed down there once. I remembered being egged on to run across the train tracks. When we had gotten to the half arch, we found it filled mostly with soil, but there was a pretty big space inside. It was dark and spanned the width of the street above. Once inside, you could stand up. It felt like another world in some ways. When Ryan and I had been kids, we had built countless dens around Shockoe Bottom, and found several places away from prying eyes. Those were secret places where we would visit, our crowd of friends feeling like a group of bandits in their hideouts. That thought was exciting, but we did frequent the half-arch under the bridge very often. It was too dark, too cold, and damp. I think we were about 12 at the time, and I remember we found some smudges in the soil which our friend Michael swore were footprints. I guess we only went back once or twice after that, and when we found more markings in the ground, we decided we didn't want to run into the owner down there in the dark, away from the world. That, and when the trains passed through the main archway, which we were about a foot of solid stone away from, the place vibrated like hell. The noise was deafening. I remember thinking I could feel my insides moving as the trains passed. It was not a pleasant sensation. "Did you see anything in the half-arch?" I asked. "Not at first." Ryan scratched at the stubble under his chin. "I took 2 pictures and checked them on my DSLR. I could only snap the opening of the half-arch, as it be further away on the other side of the train tracks. There was nothing unusual about the photos, so I turned to walk all the way onto the platform to see if I could get a better view. The train station was empty. Again, I took a few pictures on the edge of the platform, but all I got was the blackness of the opening under the bridge. A train neared, and I heard the high-pitched whine on the tracks before it reached me. When it stopped, a few people got off. Not many. Then the train continued on its way far down the line towards Richmond Main Street Station. When I turned to look at the archway once more, I was struck by what I saw. A form of some kind peeking out, glaring at me from the archway. A transparent haze with something black, like smoke or mold at its center. Quickly, I raised my camera and took a picture as it moved back under the bridge, and then it was gone. "Let me guess," I said. "When you looked at the picture, there was nothing there?" A wry smile crept across Ryan's face as the storm, wind, rain, and all was now in full effect outside. He stood up excitedly and rushed out of the room. Moments later he returned, camera in hand. With a click, the camera powered on, and a dull glow emanated from the LCD screen, uplighting Ryan's face like a macabre gargoyle as he smiled down at his work. "Here," Ryan said, "and take a look for yourself." Handing me the camera, he sat back down in his chair, the excitement in his face now diminishing, replaced once more with worry. I looked down at the LCD screen. It was indeed a picture of the half-archway under the station bridge. At first glance I could see nothing, but as I zoomed in, sure enough, there it was, a shape of some description cast in shadow. It was difficult to make out. In fact, it could have been almost anything. "This is your ghost?" "Ha!" Ryan proclaimed. "A ghost, who knows? Maybe that ain't exactly what it is. Maybe it is. Maybe it's something we'd not meant to see, and for some reason I was unlucky enough to cross paths with it on that day. Something which usually stays out of sight. Now it does want me to go on telling people about it. You're putting far too much weight on a blurry image, Ryan. It could be dirt on the lens or an insect moving quickly in front of the camera." "No." Ryan was getting angry. "Look at it." He stood up and practically leaped over to me. "Look at the shadow cast across it. That came from the bridge. Whatever it is, it was there, and it did under the half-archway. The wind battered against the window, the glass reverberating, and with it, a flash of lightning across the sky." Ryan turned to it for a moment, then returned his gaze to mine, standing above me. "You should go." "You don't believe me, and this storm is only going to get worse." "It not that I don't. I could believe you saw something, Ryan. But look at it objectively. Either you saw something otherworldly that can't be explained, or you hallucinated, which has happened to you before when your medication needed tweaking. Which seems more likely? It nothing to do with my schizophrenia. It has everything to do with that thing under the bridge." His voice trailed off for a moment as if a distant threat made itself known in his mind. "James, it spoke to me. It said, 'Down here.' It wants me to go somewhere. I can feel it. Have you been back to the bridge since you took the photo?" He shook his head. "No, but I've no need to." "What do you mean?" I asked, worried. "I don't think I've ever been alone since the day I took the picture." "Not true? You mean you've seen it elsewhere? Not exact?" A look of frustration swept across his face. He started to pace up and down, wringing his hands as he spoke. It hides in the dark. I don't think it can last long in the light. I think the day I saw it in the sun, and the haze around it, I think it might have been burning. Come on, Ryan, snap out of it. Let me prove it to you, James. Come with me to the bridge tomorrow once the storm has passed. If there is nothing there, then I concede it does in my mind. And if there is something, then maybe we'll be the first to come face to face with, I don't know what exactly, but it could be monumental. When someone is caught in such a delusion, trying to persuade them out of it can be a thankless task. I had to change my strategy. "Okay, Ryan, tomorrow we'll go to the bridge on one condition. Name it. You start taking your medication right now." Ryan reluctantly agreed to my terms, and I watched as he took his medication pill by pill. I knew how the drugs worked. It would be some time, perhaps even weeks, before they would start to affect his system and bring him back to Earth. But the earlier he took them, the sooner he'd be back to his usual self. After that, he assured me that he would be okay. My promise of going to the bridge the next day seemed to have lessened his feverish behavior. He actually thanked me. Now he did not feel so alone. After that, he then walked me to the front door, and we said our goodbyes. Tomorrow we will see what we will see. I hoped that it would be the reason outside. The complexion of the night had changed markedly. The storm was now rampant, and so I hurried out onto the street and to my car, pulling my jacket around me. Thunder roared overhead up in the black clouds, and the wind raged against it in return, nearly knocking me off my feet as I reached the door of my car. Now the rain came, and as I sat in the driver's seat, even with my windscreen wipers on, I was staring through a sheet of water which warped the world and all of its shadows. What had been a simple drive earlier in the night was now going to be fraught with danger. Above, the lightning sparked, and soon after the thunder clapped like the gods waging war in the sky. I was taken back to being a child on a camping trip. I remembered the thunder sounding like it was just above where I slept, roaring so loud that I imagined my bones shaking. It was the first time I realized that man is powerless when faced with the will of nature. This is craze, I said to myself, commenting on both the ferocity of the storm and my foolish attempt to travel home during it. But I felt I had already done my bit and did not want to spend more time with Ryan than I had to. I wanted to help, but our friendship was far from mended, and the thought of spending the night in his company was something for which I was not ready. The car grumbled into life, and I waited for a moment to see if the rain would subside enough for me to see better. The windscreen wipers flashed back and forward over the glass in excited motion, barely providing a split second of good visibility. Through every movement, the lightning and thunder screeched once more. It felt closer that time, and as I looked around me, 2 trees further along the road were being shoved around, bending and leaning in the wind, so much so that they looked like they could give in at any moment. Another flash of lightning, this time forked, cutting across the sky like a bloodied scar, peeking through the dark clouds. Just as I concluded that the weather was not going to get any better, in fact it looked like it was getting worse, I turned my attention to Ryan House again. The lights were off. The storm must have caused a power cut, as the other houses in the street were also now bathed in darkness, and the streetlights were no longer working. Herman, adult, I said to myself. He can take care of himself. Then I thought about something he had said earlier in the evening. It hides. It hides in the dark. I berated myself for even considering it. No, whatever he saw that day under the bridge was a hallucination, but now stuck in the dark. I had an image of Ryan in my mind, besieged by his own illness, seeing and hearing things that were not there. Frustrated with myself that I could not just drive away, I opened my car door to the elements and headed back towards Ryan House. The street was in complete darkness, the only light source the increasing cracks of lightning which drew hideous caricatures of the world around me in shadow. Taking out my mobile phone, I turned the flashlight function on and used the underpowered narrow beam to light my footsteps as best I could. A gust of wind blew towards me, and in it I found it difficult to breathe. I walked at an angle against it, passing a tree which groaned under the weight of the wind, which itself swirled around everything, consuming it in an elemental roar. Quickly I moved down the garden path, and finally I reached Ryan's front door. I was expecting to have to knock, go in and make sure he was okay, perhaps even reluctantly spend the night until the power came back on. But when I reached the front door, it was lying open. The wind now carried the rain into the open doorway. All I could see was the blackness therein, and presented with it. I felt nervous about stepping inside. "Ryan, it's James! Are you there?" I shouted, trying my best to be heard over the storm, but nothing was said in return. Moving inside, I was cautious of where I was stepping in the dark. The house was a mirror image of the world outside, the ferocity inverted. The space was still and lifeless. "Ryan," I shouted again. A door creaked along the hallway from me, and so, phone light in hand, I made my way towards the living room where we had spoken before. The 2 chairs in which we had sat now lay empty. The glass of water, which Ryan had drunk from when taking his pills, lay on its side, the remnants of the water dripping onto the floor. I was about to shout Ryan's name for a 3rd time, but something stayed my tongue, a feeling that someone was watching me. Footsteps now quickly sounded behind me. They rushed down the hallway, and then were accompanied by the sound of a door opening up. Turning to the hallway, I could not see anyone there. But now something had changed. A door halfway along the wall now lay open. "Ryan," I whispered under my breath, almost scared by the idea of what might answer. I cannot explain the irrational thoughts which were running through my mind, clambering for images and forms while surrounded by the nothingness of night, mentally filling the void with something tangible. Walking towards the door slowly, I peered around it and saw that it led down into the cellar. A steep set of wooden stairs delved deep below the house. "Ryan, are you there?" I finally said, my voice louder this time. I thought I heard an almost inaudible creak below, but it was quickly drowned out by another crash of thunder. The wind howled like a banshee, finding cracks in the building through which to seep, and I was gripped by uncertainty. I could have run, or at the very least, stayed upstairs. Perhaps I should have, but the gnawing image of Ryan cowering, terrified below, was enough to shake me into action. I resented him for what he had done to me, for taking Emma from me, but I knew how debilitating his illness was, and I could not, in good conscience, leave him to it, or it to him. Warily, I descended the stairs, knocking the dust from them as I did so. They were evidently warily trodden, but there was no doubt that Ryan had used them recently, perhaps just moments before, as I could see large smudges and patches of dust which looked like footprints on each step. My own footsteps sounded like dim remnants of the thunder outside, with a dark storm of the unknown waiting for me at the foot of the stairs. Lightning clattered near the house again, the momentary spark shining through a small vent near the roof of the cellar. The light from my mobile phone was not enough to illuminate the entirety of the room, but from what I could see, I was amazed at how empty it was. The floor was like powdered concrete, the occasional cardboard box sitting upon it, filled with childhood memories and toys. A thick layer of dust covered the little that was there. It was clear then that the cellar had never been converted into a habitable part of the house. There should have been no one down there, good or bad, but the sight of a darkened doorway in front of me filled me with dread, no less. Ducking underneath, I found myself in another empty room, the walls made from old reddened brick, but the color was dampened by the dust. The cellar was a copy of the house above, like a dark twin. The same layout, the same rooms, the same hallway at its center. But while the house above was filled with the things of the living, the cellar was filled with their absence. Ryan. I whispered now, I am not sure why. I have never been one to be frightened of the dark, not since I was a child, but down there in the darkness, while lightning crackled high up in the atmosphere, I felt justified in my caution. The sound of a foot scuffing the powdered concrete floor sent a cold shiver through my veins. Apprehension took hold of me, and a deep desire to go back upstairs threatened to overthrow any notion of finding or helping Ryan, a self-preservation which, like the dust hanging in the air, blanketed my emotions. My heart raced, my breathing rasped as I inhaled the dust. Moving in a panic, I headed back to the stairs. At least, that was my intention. For a moment, caught in the grip of anxiety, I became disorientated. Turning, I could see two doorways, and I was unsure which one I had come through. Staring at them anxiously, I tried to set my thinking on a more sensible course. All I had to do was walk through one of the doorways. If I then found myself in an unfamiliar part of the cellar, I would turn back and go through the other door. Then it felt as though the air became charged. Like the tense warning before a lightning strike, my skin turned to goosebumps, and reaching up, I could feel the hair on the back of my head standing on end from the static electricity. My attention momentarily distracted from the two doorways. It was quickly brought back into focus when, from one of the rooms ahead, I heard it. A voice, in a barely audible whisper, where I could hear more breath and saliva in the mouth than speech. Someone spoke two words, but they were so indistinct that I could not be sure what they were, nor even if they had just been a figment of my imagination, a product of my strange surroundings. Whether it was because of Ryan's story or not, I cannot say, but the only phrase I could fit to those two whispered sounds was, "down here's." A cold sweat clung to my body, and a nervousness gripped me as my hand began to shake while holding the phone. The light from it vibrated in return, and I stood for what felt a lifetime staring at the two doorways. Which one contained the voice? Which one contained my path to freedom? Excitement then grew as I remembered the powdered concrete at my feet. Looking down, the blue light from my phone dimly lit smudged markings on the floor, which I was certain were my own. They led back through the doorway on the right. Feeling courage return, I stepped through, and in a moment of utter shock, I realized that the markings were not made by me. They were made by someone else. I found myself in an unfamiliar part of the cellar and turned immediately to leave. When I did so, it all happened so fast. My light caught something in front of me, a person or form. It moved past me and headed through another doorway. Then I heard the scream. Ryan scream. "It bar here," he shrieked manic, clearly in the throes of his delusion. I followed quickly, and then heard panicked footsteps accompany the cries, which now turned to a plea, a direct plea to me. "Follow it, James. It ain't here." The footsteps now ran up the staircase, and as they did, I noticed that the charged feeling in the atmosphere had dissipated. The lightning must have struck elsewhere. The feeling of dread lifted and was then replaced with a different kind of anxiety. Up above, I heard Ryan run down his hallway and out into the night, screaming, "I see it! I see it!" Clambering through the cellar, I finally found the staircase, and relieved that I was leaving that dark place behind, rushed up them in pursuit of my friend. I gave chase and headed out into the night. The rain was coming down in sheets, and above the lightning and thunder coerced each other into terrifying displays of combined might. But there was no sign of Ryan in the garden. The water streamed down my face, making it difficult to see as the wind battered me from left and right, a swirling, invisible force, intent on leaving no stone unturned. Rushing out to the street, I looked again, and at the top of the hill, some way away, I saw him. Ryan was running through the night. He had too much of a head start, and in any case was faster. I would never catch him on my feet. A gust of wind and rain buffeted me around before I finally reached my car and got inside. Turning the ignition, the engine burst into life, growling as if threatened by the storm. Putting my foot down, I drove up the street in his direction. It would only take me seconds to catch up to him, even in that damned weather. But the night had other plans for me. I was gaining, but just as I reached within a few feet of him, ready to stop and pull him into my car, a painful creak shrieked nearby, the groan of a life ending. A tree which had stood for at least 100 years fell, crashing in front of me. Instinctively, my foot slammed on the brakes. I felt a thump as the front of my car smashed into the tree trunk lying before me. A large branch jutted out, and as I crashed, it smashed through the windscreen. I saw it only a second before, and hid under the dashboard, my heart pounding. The glass shattered over me, and the wind and rain broke into the car like a swarm of rats, climbing through the open wound in the front of the vehicle. Disorientated, I opened the door to my right and fell face first onto the road. The concrete surface gushed with water, carrying with it leaves and dirt. As I hit the ground, the water splashed up into my mouth, and I gasped and coughed as some of it stuck in my windpipe. Lightning shattered the sky, and the thunder raged as I caught my breath. Pulling myself to my feet, I looked at the car. It was caught in the clutches of the fallen tree, the branches enveloping it. Steam rose from somewhere, and the engine answered my cough with one of its own. It would take some effort to get the car out, and even then I was not sure it could be salvaged, and feelings of grief, for my car were quickly wiped away as a squall of wind wrenched at a garden fence across from me. It tore several wood slats from their housing and launched them further down the street. A lamppost above rattled in the wind, its light still extinguished, and I feared that it too would topple, crushing me in the process. It was too dangerous. I had to get back to Ryan House and out of the storm. I guess I felt more for Ryan than I could admit to myself that night. Even after everything he had done to me, I saw up ahead through the storm, the rain lashing against my eyes and blurring my vision. I saw the distinct figure of Ryan, not much further along the street, heading deeper into the storm. Something indistinct then flew through the air, carried on the wind. At least it appeared that way. Perhaps it was a plastic bag, or, no, a piece of cloth. Whatever it was, it weaved and darted through the rain, and I watched as Ryan waved his hands above him, trying to batter it away. The object must have carried more weight than at first apparent as it struck Ryan on the head. He fell to the ground, and the object continued on its way, carried by the fierceness of the night. I could not leave him lying on the road, so I climbed over the fallen tree and ran along the street towards him. The wind blew in my face, and as it did so I found it almost impossible to breathe, turning my head to the side just to inhale barely enough air to continue. As I approached Ryan in the dim light of my phone, I saw a cut on his unconscious head, blood trickling from it. Leaning down, I reached out in an attempt to wake him, but as I did so, he opened his eyes and let out a hideous scream, a sort of panic cry like a child seeing something awful under its bed. His arms flailed as he pushed me back. "Ryan, it me, James," I yelled. But the thunder drowned out my voice. "Ryan, we need to get back to the house." I could barely hear my own voice, and I imagine that for Ryan, it was a nightmarish scene. Waking up, disoriented, seeing your friend above you, the lightning illuminating his face as his mouth opened and shut, without apparently conveying any meaning, he lashed out, striking me on the nose. I fell to my knees for a moment, dazed, as he climbed to his feet and dashed off into the night. "Ryan, no," I felt myself say under my breath. It was madness, madness which had gripped him, madness to follow. But I did. I ran down the street as the hill now descended on the other side, then through a small wood across from the elementary school we had both attended as children. Finally, I struggled across Carey Street, a long street usually bustling with traffic, now doused in darkness, rain, and dread. And there we were, on Carey Street Road, the bridge which crossed above Shockoe Bottom Station. That innocuous little place where all of this had begun. Ryan stopped for a moment in the middle of the empty road. Whether it was terror or confusion, I could not rightly tell, but it was as if he was waiting for something to happen, perhaps hoping for evidence of the thing under the bridge which he believed had been hounding him. I saw nothing but the raging storm, tilting his head as if he had heard something, as if you could in that storm. He suddenly ran to the staircase which led steeply down to the station. I followed as quickly as I could, still gasping for air, fighting the wind which threw itself with all its might against me. Reaching the stairs, I saw Ryan below me on the platform, peering across the train line to the half archway under the bridge. "Ryan!" I screamed again, this time a momentary lapse of thunder allowing my voice to be heard. He looked up at me, looked up, and pointed across the train tracks to the half-tunnel. I shook my head. "No, Ryan, please, we need to get out of here." But he paid no heed to my words. If he heard them at all, he dashed across the platform, rushing to the bottom of the stairs. I was helpless to stop him. By the time I reached the platform, he had already climbed down from it onto the tracks and was making his way across them to the underside of the bridge. Above the line, the power cables swayed aggressively in the wind like necrotic veins, and a cold feeling now passed through my body. How I wish I had rushed across the tracks to stop my friend immediately, but I could not. Something gripped me, a fear like no other, something primal, like the terror which spiders and snakes elicit automatically, even from those who have never encountered such creatures. It felt as though we were not alone, and that whatever accompanied us was something which should not have been. Ryan pushed on. I watched as he reached the other side of the tracks. Standing before him was the half-tunnel, its mouth gaping and dark. Yes, that was it. That place was darker than everything around it. A place not fit for people. Perhaps fit for something else. Something inhuman. That irrational thought finally spurred me into action. Jumping from the platform, I peered down the train line which continued for miles vacantly. Then, I rushed across them to my friend. The thunder and lightning coalesced once more, and as it did so, Ryan stepped into the half-tunnel. I moved forward, the gaping maw of it seeming bigger somehow than I remembered. Once again, the paralysis of that strange fear, that uncanny feeling of otherness took me, and so I stood for a moment, waiting. My only company was the howling wind and seething trees on the side of the tracks. As they spasmed rhythmically with the storm, I could not see inside, nor could I see any trace of Ryan. It was as if he had entered into another plane, another place, and vanished to a Stygian abyss into which human beings were not meant to wander. I tried desperately to free myself from Ryan's own delusion as I stared at the nothingness of the half-archway, but I could not help but question what was meant by the two words which had started it all down here's. A hand reached out from the darkness and grabbed hold of me. Ryan's drawn face appeared too, and he pushed me down the embankment. I tumbled and fell onto the track, my chin and shoulder crushing against the cold, wet metal of the train track. Above me, Ryan stood, his eyes wide and bright, but his face etched in terror. He said something and the elements covered it like a shroud. "What?" I said, standing up, feeling blood gushing from my chin. He spoke again, this time more fervently, but again I could not hear him because of the storm. Rushing forward, he pushed me away again, pointing up the stairs to the road above. He screamed and yelled, his arms flailing, glancing back several times to the mouth of the half-tunnel, but I could not hear him. All I could see was the fear in his face. For the last time he pointed back at the half-archway. Lightning crackled, and did I see something inside? Was it illuminated by lightning? Just for a moment? A shape? A shadow? I could not be certain. Something cracked nearby, the sound of wood splintering. Ryan pushed me out of the way as a large tree from the embankment above us gave way. Falling several feet from him, I watched in horror as the tree cut through the power lines above, cut through them in sparks of electric blue, and then swallowed Ryan whole. I saw it, the main trunk hitting him, crushing him into the ground. The power lines flailed around, thousands of volts emanating from them. The electricity like an enraged prisoner unleashed. If they touched me, I was dead. Instinctively, I pulled myself quickly back onto the platform and fell onto my hands and knees, scrambling away. Turning back, I watched as the power lines smoked and growled. Somewhere under it all, Ryan's body lay. I called for an ambulance and for the fire brigade. I guess they were busy that night with the storm and the havoc it was causing around the city. It took nearly an hour for them to arrive. By that time, the wind and rain were calming. The thunder and lightning still sounded, but now miles away on the horizon, like a ferocious animal moving off, well-fed and sated. After the power lines had been shut off, I watched as the firefighters sifted through the smoking embers of the tree, watched as they finally lifted the tree trunk off the line and discovered the pulverized body of Ryan. He had been burned to a crisp from the electricity, whether it was that which had finished him off or the impact from the tree. I do not know. All I do know is that now he is gone, my old friend. I often tell people that it was his illness that killed him, that the hallucinations were too much for anyone to cope with. They believe me, though I wonder sometimes if I believe myself. I've concluded my account by simply saying this: sanity is a fleeting, temporary condition. We all have our delusions, our ideas of how the world works and what constitutes reality. But such things are not concrete. They are merely interpretations of what the world truly is, a shadow of the universe, an echo of what is really there, a facsimile put together by our brains collecting data from our unreliable senses. In this way, we are always removed from the truth, staring out from behind the warped glass of our own eyes. Who knows what the world is actually made of and what is contained within it? For Ryan, whatever he heard, whatever he saw, it was real for him. Real enough to make him believe in something far removed from the ordinary, something most people are not meant to see. For myself, I truly hope that such a revelation is kept far away and that the world remains understood, calculable, and known. I choose to believe that what Ryan saw was not objectively real. Despite this belief, I have never visited the station at Shackle Bottom since that night. For, in my weaker moments, I fear that I may hear those same two words, real or imagined, which led my friend to the dark recesses of the human mind, where our own personal monsters lie in wait, ravenous, and ready to make themselves known.